We are live, even though I'm like 15 minutes late. I said I was like I put the time to start this at like 2:30. That was close.
So it's like half
But
10 now. Yeah, UK.
Yeah, well, it's 8:45 here, so you're close.
but yeah, so trouble. I actually I started this conversation with Lee because I was showing him some pictures that I had in my Google Photos and stuff like that, right?
Yep.
Like this is a picture I took in like 2009, right? Because of oh no, not this one. Check this one out. Look at that. The rainbow was landing like in the middle of the street.
My mum said she walked through a rainbow in a paddock when she was a kid, but we didn't, there's no pot of gold at the end of it. We're not
I was
rich.
just going to say, was there a pot of gold at the end of it, Trouble?
Oh, the bloody leprechauns, they lied.
Well,
Yeah,
so
bloody Irish.
trouble. But like later on when I was looking at this picture, like a long time ago, I noticed something about rainbows and it started tripping me out because I started noticing about it with every rainbow. And
That
I want to see if you're actually able to spot it. Uh, Lee, don't say anything right now.
I won't see anything, Josh, don't worry.
Are you able to see what's a little bit off about this picture? It's kind of
well, I
hard
don't.
not to see it though, huh, Lee, now. Huh?
Yeah,
It like slaps you in the face once it's brought to your attention.
yeah, but now I know it. Yeah, definitely.
Well, I can see the light a bit, but I don't know if it was you, but somebody mentioned just recently that the rainbows reverse the colors in the double rainbow.
Well, you see, I was talking to Lee about uh okay, so look at this side right here,
Yep.
right? Uh this side of the mountain. See how dark it is?
Yes.
Look on this side of the rainbow.
Yeah, it's a lot lighter. Yep.
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
Now I
Yeah.
thought that was a now at first trouble, I thought that was like a freak thing.
No, it's all of them.
It's every single rainbow.
it's like your icon, Trouble. When you look at your icon, you've got the lighter underneath the rainbow,
Yeah.
and then it's darker on the top.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well,
so
so
yeah, and that one
so
there.
uh,
Look,
and here's another issue I have with rainbows is
Wow, that's stunning.
is how they tell us rainbows are formed, how they're formed as they go through like the the water in the sky and they shoot out like prisms, right? Like that's what we're told.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Like and let's
Yes.
just for the record because we're live, we're going to double check this right now real quick. So, how are in here, give me one sec. I'm sorry. I need to do this. There we go. Okay. So, how are rainbows made? Just so that we're all clear. A rainbow is a meteorological phenomenon that is caused by reflection, refraction, and dispersion of light in water droplets, resulting in a spectrum of light appearing in the sky. It takes the form of a multicolored circular arc. So they're saying that the light is bouncing like this through each droplet, like a prism, right?
yeah,
Yep. Apparently. Yep.
Okay, so now I was thinking about this one day and I started realizing that there's a problem with that, guys. You know what that is? Because I grew up and my grandma used to have these cool little Swarovski crystals. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And these Swarovski crystals were like little prisms. Okay. And they shot out rainbows everywhere, like prisms do.
Yep.
Okay. Now they're trying to say that each little water droplet is a prism, right?
Yeah, so each one should be its own rainbow. Yeah, multicolored.
Exactly.
Yeah. Instead of them all lining up into a nice neat rainbow.
Yep.
But maybe that's what water
But
does when it's in a
through
body, so to speak. Shadow. No, that doesn't make sense. No.
like check this out. Um
Yeah, I always remember the science experiments that they used to give us at school, and they always used to get the clear plastic prism like the like shape out, and it used to
like
show all
this.
light bending through it. Yeah,
This is more of what we should see, right? We should not see a
Yes.
uniform strip like this. That would
Like
mean that we were in a gigantic that would mean that we were in a gigantic freaking water drop by what they're saying. If each drop has its own rainbow and we're only looking at one rainbow, that means we're in one water drop.
Well, I guess that's what Earth is. I don't know.
But you see, this kind of goes along with what I've been talking about recently. Because Trouble, you've heard me use the argument quite a few times probably now with the whole you can't tell the mass of something just by looking at it. And
Yeah.
these people try to argue back and they say, oh, well, we have tools now that tell us what things are, right? Like, and
They
they
can't
bring up
verify
the
it. They can't verify it. Yes.
they bring up the mass spectrometer, right? Well, the mass spectrometer, okay, get down, damn cat. I can't open a bag of chips without her sticking her freaking face in my bag of chips.
Oh, I had a cat like that once. Used to, as soon as my wife opened a bag of crisps, chips, she used to be there trying to get one.
So, and the reason why the whole rainbow thing is kind of funny because when I talk to them about you can't tell the mass of something just by looking at it, they say, well, no, you can because we have mass spectrometers.
Okay. Mass spectrometer.
Yeah.
Is that a machine or a calculating tool? Like, is it a piece of equipment like a compass or something, or is it just a math formula? Because that'd be cool if you could just shine something, point a torch at something and go, oh, the mass of that is blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I see what you mean there, Trouble. Yeah.
So this is a mass spectrometer.
Fuck, that's a bit of equipment, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, the plot thickens.
Now, you know what? I'm actually going to refine my search as far as using a mass spectrometer. And let's see if I can find a video of them using one, of them showing us one, right?
Yeah.
Like what it does.
Yeah, it's a bit like that double slit experiment. I highly doubt that they had a machine back in Einstein's day that could shoot tiny particles of matter through.
Einstein's days. I like it. I like your reference there. Einstein's days. Yeah.
Back in caveman days.
Yeah.
Well, it was. It's last century. It's like, oh.
Well, yeah. This is what makes me like think about what's going on now with technology, and to say, oh yeah, this is the theories that they had. Yeah, the theories. like the theory of relativity, the theory of gravity, the theory of the Big Bang, and
Yeah, but then they try to pass them off as fact. That's what annoys me.
yeah, oh
Have
fucking
as many
right.
theories as you want, but now you're saying that one's a fact and all the other ones don't exist when they're all equally theories as much as yours.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I am starting to question some of the machinery, some of the experiments that they actually said that they were doing back then. I don't even think they were capable of doing them.
Same as Tesla, isn't it? And all that, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's Tesla. You know, he produced all this electricity and did all this and did all that. Yeah.
And what pauper dies in a five-star hotel? Most paupers die on the street because they're paupers. So it's just something sus.
Something very sus. Very. Yeah. Something not quite right.
And somebody did like checked out the amount of patents that he released in the time span that he did it, and he had to like do it one every 6 months, which is kind of unrealistic for one person, apparently, you know.
Especially in that time.
Yes. When they were still on slate boards, you know. Remember, my mum was using slate and chalk. They weren't up to pen and paper. Slate and chalk. Feathers and ink. Feathers and ink. You know, like apparently.
Hey guys,
Yep.
do you see what the key word in that right there is?
Analyzing sample.
Analyzing.
Yeah, exactly. What does it take to use a mass spectrometer? It's telling you right there what it's doing. For it to analyze a sample, doesn't that mean you need a sample of what you're trying to analyze?
You'd think so. What's he analyzing? A star, a point of light.
That's my point. Is
Yeah.
who has been to Mars, who's been to Venus, so that we can get a sample, so we can use this mass spectrometer that they keep bringing up.
The Mars rover. The rovers have been to Mars, haven't they? So-called rovers that have been to Mars.
Rover, that's a dog's name. That's too funny.
So yeah.
Yeah, Mars rover.
And not only, so that's a mass spectrometer. And there's one more thing that.
So how does it work?
Could use.
Sorry, what'd you say?
There's one more thing that they could possibly use, and I think it's a spectrography machine.
Because it started off looking like a machine, but then it just ended up looking like a cartoon. With a star in the middle of it. Which could be a candle, for all we know. Yeah. Or it could be a mirror just reflecting the light back at us. You know.
Okay, so there's mass spectrum. Dude, this shit's fucking tongue twisting. Okay. There's mass spectrometry.
Mass spectrometry.
Yeah, mass spectrometry. All right. And then there's spectrography. Okay.
Oh, now we're going into photography with light.
Yes.
Light. I don't believe light has mass. Ooh. Oh, that's a hard one, isn't it? I don't think it has weight. I don't think it has. I don't think that's what it's doing.
No. I know it doesn't. But they're trying to say that looking at the light, they can tell what something is. Like they're trying to say that looking at the light, they can tell what something is.
Yeah. And I like the way they decide what's in focus, especially when it comes to stars. And here's this whiz bang camera that can get everything in focus, but all of a sudden it starts taking stars out of focus, apparently, according to them, because it's making all different patterns apart from that white dot. I don't, Okay.
Here. So how does a spectrograph work?
Oh, cool. So they want to say they know the color, the weight of something from the color.
What the fuck?
Yeah, they do this, and then they want to tell you what something is by the color of it.
I get that chemicals change color under certain conditions. I don't know how they can say that about light. But it does change colors under certain conditions. You can't verify any of this stuff, so it's still not proof. It doesn't pass get past the theory that if you can't verify it. And if you can't physically examine something, then you can't verify it.
Yeah. So basically, don't have any fear at all when they try to bring up these big words like spectrography and stuff. And just be like, okay. You know what something weighs by the color of the rainbow? Okay.
Yeah, because you're so smart and I'm so dim.
Like, that's exactly what they just showed right now, right? Are they not just making a rainbow right there?
Well, yeah. That's what they're telling us. We're getting the white light. We can tell from the angle of what colors come in and what color we're left with, and therefore we know the maths. We know the weight, we know the size, we know the distance.
Mm-hmm.
So everything we have to create volume and mass and speed, we have. So we know. We just can't verify it. We just need to know.
Yeah.
Because everybody thinks knowing is different to believing.
Wow. Yeah, look at that though. The way that just shows you like how it should be with the light spectrum coming off it, the rainbow effect.
Just reminds me of Pink Floyd, that album that
Yeah,
they released.
the album cover, yeah.
It's like that's nothing new. Like Pink Floyd did that decades ago.
How do scientists know what planets and stars are made of?
Well, they clearly don't. That's what we're telling them.
Mm-hmm. In most every case, whether it is an instrument actually on the planet, wow, or a telescope looking up from the Earth, scientists use some variation of an instrument called a spectrometer. Okay.
No, they actually get this device and point it at a star, do they?
Mm-hmm.
And then it does its great mathematical calculation of the angles and then the color. And hey presto.
Whoa, wait. We sent astronauts to the moon and they picked up rocks and brought them back. So we have pieces of the moon to study. We also have a few pieces of Mars. Did you know we have pieces of Mars? Yeah, and the asteroid belt that have fallen to the Earth as meteorites. But what about the rest of the universe?
But that one that Buzz Lightyear gave to somebody, they did tests on it. It turned out to be fake. It came from Antarctica.
Petrified wood or something.
Yeah, so they can't claim this crap that they have bits of things because we already know the bullshit. You know, it was a hoax.
Yeah.
That's what annoys me. That's why I can't talk to the Globies because they haven't even looked into that shit to find out the stuff they talk. It's a hoax. It's been proved. Like, that's not coming from conspiracy theorists. That's coming from the country that actually bloody did the tests on it.
Yeah. I mean, come on, it's there, isn't it? It's there in plain sight, you know. Come on.
Yeah, and just pretend it's not there, doesn't exist. It's like, what? Now we've got to educate the educated. It's like, what is this fucked? We're supposed to be smart.
So I like watching quiz shows. Trouble. Have you ever heard of The Chase? A quiz show in the UK.
Yeah, but your quiz shows are better. You have comedians doing them, and they're fun. And
Bradley Walsh. Bradley Walsh is hilarious.
Yeah, our guys aren't. They're just.
Yeah, but I was watching the other day, and one of the questions came up, and they asked the contestant, who took the first picture of the Earth from the moon up on the Apollo moon landings, you know, and it was the three questions were like the three possible answers were Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, or Buzz Aldrin. You know, it's like I'm saying to myself, none of them, because none of them have fucking been there. And I'm shouting at the TV. It's like, what the fuck?
What am I doing here? Telling anymore. Yeah, because I spent a year or two yelling at it, and I just can't do it now.
Yeah.
At my mum's house, I walk through and I go, "That's a lie. That's not true. That's bullshit." That's the hell, like, get out.
Especially when these quiz, like the quiz questions come up about the moon landings, it's like, no, none of it. If I was to be on that quiz at that time for that, that particular question, I'd be like, no, I can't answer that. I don't believe that they actually landed on the moon. They'd have to like stop production, wouldn't they? Or like what the fuck?
Last week we had a fill-in yoga teacher, and she used the word gravity 3 times. It near killed me. But this time I'm just going to go. That gravity's never been proven. There's no such thing as gravity. It's just the weight of your. You weigh more than the air. I don't know. I'm going to think of something.
It's like me and Josh were saying earlier. Being taught at school. Do you remember being told that the magnetic core was sticking everyone to the ball?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then I find out molten metal can't hold its magnetism.
No, it was
What? You would have thought they checked on that before they made that claim, wouldn't you? It wouldn't be hard to melt some iron and find out whether or not it was still magnetic, you dickheads.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's not what we said. I updated the version. Like, yeah, you did, because I'm old and I know what you used to say.
Exactly. So it's one contradictory thing against another.
Oh, yeah, and you're totally oblivious to it till somebody points it out. It's like, we've never been more than 7 miles into the Earth. We've been more than 7 miles above the Earth. It's like, oh, even at the Mariana Trench, it's only about 7 miles down. It's all the same distance.
Yeah.
But you're too busy in their algebra and all that stuff, and you think how clever it is that they work, how you can hold your thumb up and measure something, and then go crossways and then mark them out, get someone to mark them out, and you can actually get the height of things from measuring it on the ground. And yeah, so they just suck you into how clever their maths is. And it's so beautiful. You think, oh, it has to be. It's a language all of its own. You can't be wrong. Maths always works out. What they don't tell you is just because it can describe something, it doesn't make that something real without physical examination. Or,
There's something gone wrong in the timeline from like the 1980s, 1990s to like the 2000s. There's something fucking gone wrong with what they're telling people. Definitely. Well, 1 minute it was this, now it's that. No.
Yeah, well, they're having to update it too quickly now, so you can see the changes are too quick, so it's obvious.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas before, it used to take 10, 20 years to get from them to us. So they had heaps of time to modify it and, get it right before we ever saw it. I mean, I didn't even know about quantum physics. And Einstein knew about it 110 years ago. Or whoever, What the fuck is that about? How does that work? Now I talk quantum physics and my family thinks I'm really smart. I sound like Einstein. It's like...
So this is very interesting to read because it's very telling that they're not doing crap.
Just give us summaries of what it's saying.
It says, well, we can send spacecraft to the, we can send spacecraft to the planets, which no, we can't. We have landed robots on the moon, Venus, and Mars and studied their surface. No, we haven't. We have also orbited or passed by all of the planets. No, we haven't.
Yeah, but I like how it has intermediate in intermediate. So it's like an intermediate sort of speech.
Spacecraft that land on the planet or enter their atmosphere can use scientific instruments to find out what the planet is made of. No, they can't. Because even if they landed on it, the deepest they could go is maybe a couple feet if they had any kind of drill on whatever object they landed on it.
Yeah, and scrape crap off the top, I think, if they're lucky.
Yeah, but look at that sentence there. We can observe objects from afar and learn a lot about them by studying the light that they give off or that they reflect. No, you can't really study. They'd know what the stars are then, wouldn't they?
We have to make a lot of assumptions that, the temperature they're in, because temperature changes all chemicals. And so they're assuming a lot of things that they can't actually get the information for. And not only that, from what I've learned about radios and things, I doubt that we really have the technology to be able to talk to these things way out bloody whoop whoop. Not to mention that they're going to places that we can't see, and somebody has to collapse the wave function for there to be matter there for it to even bloody look at, to be able to get. It's just insane.
Mm-hmm. Spectrometers take a signal from whatever they are looking at, whether it is a rock or a cloud or a whole planet or a star or a galaxy. Did this really just say that a spectrometer can look at a rock and tell you what it's made of?
Well, I want to know why one of the moons of Saturn looks like the Death Star from Star Wars. Like, how did that happen?
Sounds like someone was having fun.
Yeah, not me. But yeah. So did George Lucas get space information back in 1978, decades before the rest of the world? Or did they just take his Space Force stuff and go, let's stick this in as one of the moons, no one will notice?
Hmm. Let's see. Most spectrometers work with light and are a lot like extremely good prisms. Oh, this is useful because it turns out that every element on the periodic table only gives off light of a few certain colors.
Well, how do they know that? They've only got Earth conditions to get those colors from as a comparison. Like that's their knowledge base. But they're telling us already that the conditions out in space aren't the same. So, Earth is a nice warm planet and watery, and those are all different heats and temperatures and stuff according to them. So, and the colors they're comparing to, yeah, they're in Earth's atmosphere, not. They don't. I don't know how they don't see the flaws and why they think they're so bloody clever.
Some spectrometers work on things other than light. For example, a mass spectrometer takes a mixture of chemicals and separates them according to their weight. Other spectrometers measure invisible forms of light like infrared or X-rays. The idea is always the same though.
Well, I know light has a frequency, but I don't know if they're going to be able to say light has a weight. And depending on the speed, that weight will change if you run into it. Otherwise, it's still, and then it's a force weight. That's the mumbo jumbo I don't get. The weight of something doesn't get greater just because it's moving, but that weight does increase once it hits something.
This is it though. It's all put out in like say mumbo jumbo, and they're like, oh, this is what it is, and numbers, and divide it by this, times it by that, divide it by that, and that's your answer. It's like, what the fuck?
Is that they can't tell you the weight of things in space because it always has to be moving, which that makes it a force, and mass has to come into the equation or something.
Yeah, it's something not quite right.
No, well, they're using Earth science out in space, and it doesn't match up. We're assuming because everything here has a weight and a mass. You have to elsewhere. But then they're running with that belief that we've been to the moon and things are solid, everything's solid. So they have to see it that way.
it's the same as that thing that came out in the news a few months ago, whereas some asteroids hit the ISS, so one of them had to put the finger in it to stop the
Yes.
hole. What the fuck's that all about? Come
Yeah.
on.
And I'm pretty sure, I mean, I know I'm not a science buff, but I'm pretty sure from every cartoon and thing that I've seen on TV that should you get a hole in something out in space, everything gets sucked out that hole. Same as on an airplane, like that chick fly. I don't know. I think it was in Australia. I don't know where she was, and she got the window broke, and her top half of her body got sucked out. Obviously, she
Isn't that
died.
like 36,000, up to 40,000 feet in the air? Yeah. So you imagine in low Earth orbit, as they say they are. Yeah. Fucking hell. The pressure must have been massive, but no, they just put the finger in it and stopped it. So there you go.
Yeah, and then gaffer taped it, I think. Yeah,
Gaffer
his
tape.
finger in it. I think he had his finger in it for an hour or something.
Or some fucking gorilla glue or gorilla tape or whatever it's called. Yeah. Crazy.
On the other thing is, if the technology is not new, I mean, like if the machinery, the equipment is not new, it can be things get faulty, and in space they don't have room for fault, you know. But they don't act like it. They act like they can, any error doesn't matter. We'll still get there anyway. Doesn't matter for a couple of 100 billion light years out. Near enough, good enough. I miss reading. I can't see very well, so reading gets hard.
The Earth's crust is like the skin of an apple. It is very thin in comparison to the other three layers. The crust is only about 3 to 5 miles thick under the oceans and about 25 miles thick under the continents. So the crust is 25 miles thick, yet in this little chart right here, they're trying to tell us that 34% of the entire Earth is made of iron, 15% of it is made of silicone, 12% is made of magnesium. Where are they pulling these numbers from?
So silicon is the second most abundant thing, is it not? Oh yeah. Well, sand. Yeah, I don't know how exactly they can get. Well, they just make a graph, don't they?
Well, check this out.
They just pull any number out that.
So according to their numbers, the deepest hole they've ever dug is 8 miles. That means that that's a third of what the crust is by their own numbers, because they just said it's about 25 miles under the continents. Okay.
Okay.
So they haven't even gone part way, like they haven't even gone halfway through the crust, yet they're telling us what is in the whole crust. And then they have the balls to tell us what's in the rest of the Earth, even though they haven't gotten past the crust. That's kind of a problem.
Well, they have lava, so they have a couple of things oozing out of the Earth. They've got to fit lava into the equation somewhere. Water, I guess, comes out of the Earth. That's about it, isn't it? Oil, minerals, I guess. Not that I've ever seen gushing minerals out of the Earth.
Apparently, when you keep reading this, Oh, they were assuming that the sun's chemical composition was similar to Earth's. Huh, but they were wrong. Interesting. Wow, this is ridiculous. Their whole presentation on this is nuts. That's bad. Oh,
The sun doesn't make any sense. You know, when you stand it in front of a heater, that heat, you know, the closer you get to the heater, the warmer it is. When you sit across the room, you don't get hot just because the heat is on the other side of the room. Yet the sun, you know, it's cold out in space unless the sun hits you. It shouldn't be. All that atmosphere should still be warm. You know, that their idea of heat, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, no, I get you.
Yeah, I didn't explain it well, but yeah, you know what I mean. I don't
I don't
understand.
know.
I don't understand why it gets colder as you get up higher because obviously the air's thinner and but it shouldn't be. It should be warmer because you're getting closer to the sun and all the hot air rises. But it turns into cold air, even though the sun's shining on it. And it makes clouds. And that's like not solid, but it is a form, a visible form. Why doesn't the sun melt that? You know? Well, I'm burning underneath it, out of the cloud.
So, Trouble.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen like fog like raise itself up off the ground, float up into the sky, and create its own clouds?
No. No, it just clears and then it's a beautiful blue sky usually.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, clouds fascinate me. They have since I came back from the stroke. So I just looked at them and what the hell is that? You know, like
I'm just saying,
all the dumb questions that a kid would have, like if they're made of water, why aren't they like dropping? Why aren't they falling? Why isn't it raining all the time? If there's like, oh no, then I found out the water gets made underneath the cloud. There's no water in a cloud.
Well, here, check this out. I have a theory. What if when water evaporates, it's evaporating, it's not evaporating as water. What it's evaporating as is oxygen and hydrogen.
Or chemicals, even.
Yeah. Okay. So now all it takes is a little bit of electricity to excite those bonds to get them to want to join again. Yeah. Or separate, depending on what happens. Well, when storms come, there's electrical current in the air as the storm comes. What if that's enough electrical current to pull those together again? And when it does that, it makes them heavy. And that's why the rain actually drops. You see, to me, that makes more sense than what they teach us in the school books.
Yeah, because they're trying to say there's a dust particle up there, and then the water gathers around it, and then it gets heavy and drops down, isn't it? Isn't that sort of?
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I only come up with that because have you ever heard of HHO generators?
No.
That HHO generators.
Yeah.
No, never heard of them.
Hydrogen, helium, oxygen?
No, hydrogen, oxygen. When you break water down, what are the molecules they tell you are in water? 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen, right?
Yes. I don't know if there is hydrogen in it. I don't know.
Well, there is because Because if you shoot electricity through water, it separates into oxygen and hydrogen.
Is that salt water or distilled water? Does distilled water do that? Because I
Any
don't think
water.
electricity goes through. Electricity doesn't go through plain water. Distilled water does it? Because there's no
Yeah,
particles in it.
it does, but it's just slower.
Because I watched this kid have a glass of fresh water and a glass of salty water, and the fresh water wouldn't light the light bulb, but the salt water would.
I know, but it.
So they have to have particles of something in there. It's never distilled water.
Well, no. For an immediate reaction, like the way the kid was doing,
Yeah.
yeah, you need the particles. And
Okay.
but because I learned this when I started doing the colloidal silver,
Yep.
even distilled water will create a charge because that's the whole point of making colloidal silver. You need a charge through there.
Okay.
And I'm using nothing but pure distilled water and I'm getting a charge.
But not an electric shock. So
But
safe.
there's less chance of like an electric arc inside the glass.
Yeah.
To where I'm getting bigger particles. You get smaller particles with distilled water, which makes sense with as far as rain, because rain seems more like distilled water with a little bit of electricity, which is why we don't have a bunch of particles and shit in it.
And we're not getting electrocuted when it rains.
Mm-hmm. But HHO generators are these. Let's see. Okay, so check this out. This right here is just water with what you see inside here is steel plates. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You connect positive and negative to the plates, right? And you create an electrical current and it excites the water and it splits it into hydrogen and oxygen. And as it goes up, it travels through the tube and that gets fed into your fuel line.
Yeah.
And so if you reverse that and you have hydrogen and oxygen gas at a certain voltage of electricity, they could join together. I don't know. Like, how do you make water, right? Has any, like...
Yeah, well, to me, it's just condensation.
Making water in a lab.
It's just condensation out of the air, to me.
Well, in all actuality, shouldn't I be able to put hydrogen and oxygen together in a container and then shake it up and get a bottle of water?
Yeah, like the cartoons, the Acme cartoons,
Yeah.
Powdered water, just add water.
Exactly.
And you have twice as much water. No, but they don't seem to be able to do that. So, yeah. So I'm sus on...
I wonder if what rain is like the reverse of an HHO generator. That would be interesting. Because oxygen and hydrogen are both very light.
What do we use hydrogen for? I don't even know what hydrogen is. I can't remember.
So how much hydrogen is in the atmosphere? None.
I was going to say none. Because
I don't believe that, because hydrogen, things that naturally release hydrogen. There are a number of ways to produce hydrogen. Natural gas reforming gasification, synthesis gas, a mixture of hydrogen, carbon monoxide, and a small amount of carbon dioxide is created by reacting natural gas with hydrogen or steam. Electrolysis, an electric current splits water into hydrogen and oxygen. Okay, so hydrogen is supposed to be the most abundant like particle, right?
Yeah.
Yet you just saw what happened when I looked up, when it told me the breakdown of what's in the sky, like what's in the air. So hydrogen is the most abundant gas in the world, but there's none in the air. Yet water falls from the sky, and water is hydrogen and oxygen. Logically, does that make any sense?
No. So how does the clouds gather the hydrogen?
Yeah, where are they getting the hydrogen to be able to make the freaking
H2O? Can't if it's not there. Unless they're saying it's in the oxygen. That's what they are saying, aren't they?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No?
Because oxygen is supposed to be its own thing.
I'm not even sure how water can mix with oxygen anyway. To me, that's just bubble.
That's the thing, Trouble. There's a guy, I don't know if you've heard of him, Sheeps and Neeps from Scotland. Yeah,
Yes.
he was saying that H2O isn't hydrogen and water and oxygen cannot make water.
Yeah, that comes from Peter and Pete. Have you seen them? They're putting out some interesting videos on elements and things. They're doing the experiments in their room, in their house too, so...
Yeah, how can you produce water from hydrogen and oxygen?
When really it's conversation, it comes out of the air.
Yeah, H2O. You know, it's an element that's in the periodic table that we've all been taught at school. Well, I got taught the periodic table at school, but yeah. You know, it's one of them, isn't it?
Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, oxygen. Yep.
Yeah. All these elements.
Well, what's a gas anyway? Anytime I get a gas bottle, it's full of liquid. So how do you get gas out of the ground?
Yeah, it's like it's all this what they're doing at the minute. Drilling for shale gas It's like all supposed to come out of the ground. They're doing a lot of the drilling in the UK at the minute. It's supposed
Yeah,
to
trouble. It's funny
Yeah.
that you actually even said that right now, because earlier, where the hell did my Hangout screen go? Ah, damn it. I lost my Hangout screen. Where did it go?
I don't know, but I can.
Oh, there we go. I found it. Earlier, I was holding this up. Right? Because it's a propane tank. And I was talking about exactly what you were saying right now. I go, so we're told this is a gas. And I go, I understand that. I go, but as I shake this, that's kind of hard to believe because I'm listening to a liquid slosh around in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah. I live in a humid area, and I'll pour a cold glass of liquid, and it gets wetter on the outside of the glass than the inside. And
Yet you
I'm
lose
not
no
spilling any
liquid in the
liquid.
glass,
I'm
right?
not, well, I'm not losing any liquid, because
I know that trips me out. That's always tripped me out. I've always just sat there and looked at my glass and watched it sweat and wondered where the hell that water comes from on the outside.
out of thin air. It's just come out of thin air, literally.
It's condensation, isn't it? That's what they say. It's all down to condensation, but it's like.
But it's not transferring from inside the vessel to outside. It's coming from the air.
Mm.
And so there's water in the air. So we breathe in water, even a little bit. Fine mist. Water.
We are breathing a very thin version of water.
Yeah. Which might be how we get all this mass consciousness, because you breathe it in, you breathe it out.
Well, you see, I think that's why balloons pop when they get so high. I think it's the opposite of what would happen, or what happens when you stick like a basketball or a soccer ball in a pool of water, you know? Like, you only get down so far before the pressure is really pushing that ball up, and if you're not careful, you can kind of hurt yourself. Like,
yeah, it kind of pops up, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, now imagine if you had like a balloon that you were doing that with, and a balloon isn't very strong, and you were still pushing it. Like, it would at one point it would feel like you hit like a barrier, and then you would continue to push, and then your hands would push through the bottom of the balloon, and you would pop it with the pressure. Now, if what we're breathing is a thin form of liquid, if you go the opposite from the middle, the same thing should happen as you get towards the other end, right? As you go higher, the air, like the pressure should actually, I honestly don't think it thins the way that they tell us. I really don't. I think that those masks that they wear, yeah, it's regulating their breath. Like, what if air is actually too thick for them to breathe up there? Like, they say it's too thin and that you'll pass out, like, because it's too thin. But what if it's like suffocating you, right? Like, because if you pass out, I mean, if I choke you, Trouble, right? You would pass out, right?
Well, how high can you jump out of an aeroplane? There must be a certain height where they don't jump any higher from, because they'll say the pressure's too great or whatever, or you can't catch your breath. The air's too thin.
Well, it depends, because you got to look at, that's when you get into like stupid like Felix Baumgartner and stuff like that, because you got to look at how high they said he went. even though his whole jump was bullshit.
And you know what gets me about space is, so flip it inside so that instead of space being out, it's actually inside. So there is less area and it gets smaller and smaller. But they've flipped it to the outside and said, no, now you've got to put that same space in the same area, so there's less space in that space. It's
Yeah.
I just now picture like the Earth, instead of it being this giant round outer thing, it's more like a triangle coming up to a peak now because there's less room up there, according to them. Less, less feet. Yeah.
So, do you guys remember a couple years ago when they banned hairsprays because they said that we were poking a hole in the ozone layer?
Yeah, which is above Australia, apparently. Well, why we're getting why we're all getting cancer. Now we still hear about the hole in the ozone layer down here. Apparently it was mending for a while there, a few years back.
Yeah, we haven't heard about it for years.
No, they go very quiet on it.
Well, and that's like, I remember when I was younger seeing like news reports and stuff like that about them worrying that we were going to be hitting the next ice age.
Yeah, because this heat was going to melt everything. So it was going to go cold, even though everything melted.
Yeah, they do realize how retarded that sounds, right? It's so hot it's going to melt everything and then freeze everything. Okay. Yeah. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. Did you ever see the movie Waterworld?
Yes. And I think it's because that they can prove, like an ice age and then things will restart again, but a heat age means that you've all like fried to death. Whereas, bacteria and that can live in the ice, but I don't know if heat scorching. Although you scorch Australia and everything grows again, some seeds only come to life after they've been lightly burned. So.
So
and they
have you
haven't been that high up in the sky anyway, have they? Like the ISS, it's only not that many miles above us, is it?
You know what? I was thinking about something the other day, and I need to check it while I'm thinking about it right now.
Okay.
Because they say that the ISS is about the size of a football field, right? So about 300 yards.
Yeah, and there's this video where it shows if you get a football, an average football, and you get something like a pin drop and put it 2 inches above the Earth, that's the height that the ISS is at.
Yeah, no, but that's not what I'm talking about. Hold on, give me a second. Okay. What I'm saying is that they say that the ISS is about a football field.
Yep.
Wide, which is 300 yards. Okay.
Yes.
Or not 300 yards. It's 300 feet, 100 yards. Sorry. So I looked up what like the average length of a 747 was. Like the airplane, right? Because it got me thinking about let's see. You know what? Let's do this correctly, actually. Let's find out what the most like the most used commercial 2 M's. Commercial.
Well, the ISS has no external lights. Plane. So what gets me is that there are times when the Earth would be between it and the sun and unable, therefore not reflecting any light off it. Yet people still see it in the middle of the night.
No, okay, hold on a second. Okay, because like this This ISS they're saying is 100 yards wide. When I looked up a 747, it said the 747 was like 230 feet. Okay, so about 70 feet short of like a football field. Okay.
Okay.
Now, think about how, like, the size when a plane is traveling at cruising altitude at 30,000 to 35,000 to 40,000 feet, right?
Yep.
What size is that plane to you standing on the ground? Trouble.
Not very big.
It's extremely tiny, right?
Yeah, like a millimeter, 2 millimeters, three
Like
millimeters.
even if you pull out some binoculars, right? Like
Yeah, even on full zoom. Yeah, it's still
yeah, like I mean it pops up closer, but it's still a good distance. And I mean, that's at 30,000 feet. Imagine if it was 3 times that distance at 90,000 feet. How small it would look then, or even double that distance.
Yeah, because that's more the ISS way out there.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. Like I'm saying that because at at 90,000 feet isn't even close to where the ISS is. Like 150,000 feet isn't as close enough for the ISS. Like,
No,
watch.
and we see it just as a white like star moving across the sky. I mean, how good do they think our bloody eyesight is? See,
How high is the ISS in feet?
what? I
Trouble.
hate the way they use feet because I cannot imagine 50,000 feet, 100,000 feet. If they go
Yeah.
11
Okay.
kilometers,
No,
I'm
no,
like,
no.
oh,
No, no,
now you're
no.
bringing it into language I
Check this
know.
out. So, okay, so think about this. So they tell you that planes travel at 30,000 feet, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you've heard that. So
Yes.
what if you were looking at a plane at 500,000 feet?
I surely wouldn't be able to see it.
Okay, so I just asked how far the ISS was in feet.
Yeah.
1.3 million, dear.
Yeah, because there's a couple of 100 kilometers above us, isn't it? There's so
Uh,
many numbers, I forget them all.
okay. I'll do you the favor and we'll pull it up in kilometers. 408 kilometers.
Wow. Shit. Excuse me. That's a long way.
Oh no, you're fine.
That's a really long
Trouble,
way. 400 kilometers.
sweetheart, I don't care if you cuss like a sailor when you're on here. Just show respect and you can stay around as long as you want. That's all.
No worry.
And not even just to me. I'm talking just to everybody. Glober, flat earther, that's all. You know, like I just
Yeah.
want everybody just to respect everybody else. That's all I want on my channel. And I don't care what they believe, they can stay. Like it really doesn't bother me. I will talk with anybody about this, you know? Because you never know who's gonna flip just by what they hear. As a matter of fact, listening to Rob earlier, he
Yeah.
he gave flat earthers like a ton of kudos on stuff, you know, like he really patted us on the back earlier and it was really nice. What because he was very, very true about what he was saying, and that was really cool of him. And then it was kind of funny because he also gave like points where we were fucking up on stuff. And the funny thing is I had no arguments trouble because you've been around at least even the last couple months and you've seen stuff and it's stuff that he's pointing out. He's
Yeah.
like, if someone's coming in on the fence, he goes, do you want them to see this shit that's going on right now?
No.
Or do you want them to see some legit like flat earth facts that you have? Like, come on. Like basically like you guys need to pull your head out of your ass. Like and dude, I got no argument on that. I got no, I can't argue against that. That's straight truth. Like the way things have been going lately, it's it's basically embarrassing with a lot of stuff, you know? Like,
And it's way too personal. Like, I mean, I know things about people I shouldn't know. It's just private, personal stuff. Yeah, and it is a bit like being at high school, and it's um, and all these grown men bitching. It's like, oh my goodness. Um,
yeah.
well, I
Well,
get that there's aggro
not
on
only that trouble,
hey,
whenever like a female gets on panel or is in the chat room, just watch everybody turn into hound dogs, and it's nuts.
yeah,
Like, they don't do it so much around you, which is kind of cool because I think they respect you. That's awesome. Like, I haven't really noticed that too bad when you come on panel and stuff like that. Like, they don't throw those weird comments out at you and stuff. Like, sometimes they say stuff to girls and women that I'm just like, dude, come on.
yes, yeah. Um,
Like, first off, if that's your game, fuck, get a new playbook. Like,
yeah.
I don't understand how people don't understand.
Well, it's a public forum, so I mean, yeah, you want to be yourself, but at some state, that's at the same time, if being yourself is very ugly and unattractive, then I mean, I was brought up with if you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. I mean, I know at times you have to, but yeah, there's times for it and times not for it.
Yeah, that's why most of the time I try to just keep my mouth shut when it comes to stuff like that
Yeah,
until
yeah.
it's just too much, and then I got to say something because it's just
But on the other hand, some of these guys have been like Jimmy and all those, they have been fighting this stuff verbally a long time. I've just been sitting in the background watching and learning and and recovering from an illness. So um yeah, they have it a lot rougher, they're out there on the firing line. I don't want to be there. But at the same time, half, part of the community, I just thought everybody would look at this information and just roll with it and want to learn more, but lots of people don't. And I wasn't expecting that. But then they don't have to. They don't have to, of course. Um, so they have the right to then go, no, you can't just change the world without a bit of an argument and debate here. That's not happening.
big trouble. So do you want to laugh? Do you want a good laugh? So Rob, who I was just talking about, is in the chat, right?
Oh yeah.
Apparently. Oh yeah, I pulled up the chat and I was like, oh hey, I was just talking about Rob. He's in the chat. Like, and he said, he's like, hey, just to clarify, I found your hangout by searching YouTube for Flat Earth Live. So a very basic search brings people to your hangouts. They don't even have to be elaborate trolls to find your crew. And I responded with, good, mission accomplished. I was trying to have it as simple, stupid as possible.
Yeah, I started using other words there for a while because it was just triggering everybody and I couldn't handle it all of these comments. It was like, my goodness.
Like,
And
seriously,
I'm a
no, I
nobody.
mean,
I get like eight watches on my videos, and like out of all these Globers having a go on me, it was like, geez.
well, you see, I learned that like those hashtags are actually kind of important when it comes to online stuff. Like that connects whatever you have to like other
Yeah.
parts of the internet. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah, I
When I
use those.
started using hashtags on stuff, my
Yeah.
stuff started getting spread around a lot quicker. Like I was like, whoa, that's cool. Especially like just posting links on like Instagram and shit like that. Like that's the only reason why I have an Instagram account is because I would post my YouTube video links on it. And I would get all kinds of people that would just click on my video, just random ass people that are now flat earthers because of Instagram.
Yeah, I mostly like other people's videos. Mine are just observations of the sky and the stars and the moon. Whereas
Well, I
I
don't
have a
even
watch
think.
list of like not a watch a playlist with over 300 videos in it. I just add to it as I find stuff that I like. Although now I've gone back through some of it and it's like, ooh, that information's not quite correct. But then it was still a stepping stone to getting where I am,
Well,
so I'll leave them.
hey, you know what, Rob? I'm sorry. I have not given you a wrench yet. There you go. You got a wrench, man. And dude, you are welcome anytime on this panel, bro. Do me a favor, sub the channel and hit that. I sound so fucking ridiculous right now telling you to do this, but just so that you get a notification when I go live, dude. If you want to come hang out, hit that fucking bell, dude. But that just sounds so corny
Hit that
saying,
subscribe and make sure you hit that bell
right?
down here on the bottom right.
Oh my god. Like as I was saying it, I was just like, this sounds so wrong. I shouldn't be saying this.
Donate. Subscribe.
But no, hey, Trouble. So I think I saw that you subbed earlier or recently or something like that. I don't know. But
Yeah.
this isn't even my actual channel. This is just what I use for when I started doing hangouts. My channel is actually it's my name, Josh Walker. Like that's where my content is, like my videos.
Yeah. I'll have to go check
I
it out.
I never knew that, Josh.
Yeah, so Lee's known me for a while now. And like Lee knows that I'm an Uber driver. That's why my name Uber Flat Earth, right? Like
Yeah.
and I started out by recording the conversations that were happening in my car. And I'd be talking to them about flat Earth. So I just cut out the flat Earth conversations and started throwing them up on my channel under my real name. And within like 7 months, I got like 700 subs. And I was like, hey, this is kind of cool. And like every now and then I still get, dude, I haven't put a video up in like 7 months. And I still get subs every now and then. And my subs are actually really cool because I put my phone number on all my videos and my email address. And I've had a bunch of them reach out to me either through email or just straight up calling my phone. And so most people that I tell that to, they're usually like, aren't you worried that like they're gonna call you and like berate you and yell at you and stuff and tell you you're a moron? I go, none of those people have ever called me. I've had like 6, 7 people call me on my phone. And they've all been extremely nice to me. They're so happy just to talk to me. Like it seems like I was an outlet for them to talk about flat Earth. Like so I just seriously, every one of them that called me, I talked to them for at least an hour and a half.
Yes,
and they
and that's
totally
what's gonna happen. Even
they
though we look
totally
like
appreciated it.
yeah, even though it looks like we're weirdos on the outside, some of my family members will now, like my cousin said to me, I don't think we've been to the moon. That was a year ago. So yeah, they'll talk to me about this kind of stuff, whereas they won't talk to everyone else about it.
Well, you know what? I'm pretty sure just from knowing you as long as I have now, the last few months you've been around, right? You've got a pretty level head on your shoulders when you talk, and you don't talk about like, I mean, sometimes around here you postulate on some far out there shit just because we all do when we're around here hanging out when we're bored as fuck.
Yeah.
But when it comes to actually trying to prove reality to somebody, I've never heard you use something that's like outlandish, you know? Like, so
Thank you.
I imagine when you talk to them in a way that And if they know you, period, they know you're not an idiot right off the bat anyway, especially if they've known you for a while, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's usually it. It's hard and it's easy at the same time because you don't have to prove that you're not an idiot, but at the same time, you do have to prove that you're legitimately not crazy to them.
Yeah, well, like my mum says, I question where you get your information from. Not your ability to process it, but just where you get it from.
Well,
But then she asked me last week, why do I think the Earth is flat? No, why doesn't the water run off the edges of the flat Earth? And that's the first time, you know. But
yeah.
recently, she gave me my great grandmother's memoirs, and in there, she talks about her grandfather coming to Australia on the boat, and she mentions flat Earth 3 times.
That's awesome.
And this is what I remember as a kid, yeah, that they all thought the Earth they were going to sail off the edge of the Earth. They were shitting themselves when they came to Australia. But by her generation, she knew it was round, and she's trying to make him out not to be crazy. You know, he's a good man, even though he believed the Earth was flat and thought he was going to sail off the edge.
Wow. So if that's the history of your family, no wonder why they're so scared for you to be a flat earther and why they
Yes.
would hesitate to flip, right?
Yes.
Like that makes complete sense. But you know what?
But it also proves it's not that long ago. But they didn't have the facts even back then. He thought he was going to sail off the edge of the Earth. So somehow that's not the truth, you know. So somehow they've given them this fake version of the flat Earth.
Well, so check this out. I did this test driving for Uber, right? Like,
yeah.
Or not just driving for them. Whenever I talk to anybody about flat Earth, when I finally bring up the words and I say the words flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure to ask them right after that. I go, when I said the words flat Earth right now, what ran through your mind? 5% of the people tell me.
No.
Exactly what you said right now.
Yeah, sailing off the edge.
And not only sailing off the edge, but in a certain kind of boat. Do you know what kind of boat?
No. Sailboat?
Have you ever seen Bill Nye do his little presentation of boats
I don't really know this Bill Nye guy. No.
Oh, wow. So check this out. I'm going to show you something right now.
I think I've seen that,
Josh. But I don't remember his name.
So check this out. So Bill Nye, his video sailing over the curve, like it was a while ago.
Yeah,
and
a few years ago.
Yeah, it was years ago. But here's the brainwashing, and I'm dead serious when I say this because check this out. If my page loads, come on.
I bet he sails over it like and goes down sideways, you know, like down face first, like front of the boat first.
Okay, so we're done with the ISS right now. We've already confirmed that there's no way you're seeing anything at 1,000,000 feet.
Well,
oh my God, I am going to start using that now that I just looked that information up. Holy shit, guys, right? Like
yeah, well, they use speed for airplanes to make it sound like they're really high, and then they've thrown the ISS back into miles or something, makes it look really low. But yeah, when you use language each time, instead of flipping into one, because that's one thing I have to do. I have to keep converting all these measurements. It's driving me crazy.
Look at what ship this dickhead uses. Does that kind of ship look familiar? White sail, big red cross. Oh, wait, I'm not screen sharing, am I? Josh, you're a moron.
Yes.
Thank you for agreeing with me, Trouble.
You're welcome.
That's why she's got the name Trouble.
Yeah, no shit, right? Okay, so here. Now can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. See the boat he's using?
Viking boat, isn't it?
It's right here.
That's older than the English sailboats.
No, well, kind
That's
of.
like a that's like a canal boat, like an Egyptian boat or something, wasn't it?
No, that is a certain boat. And I don't think you'd recognize it because you're not an American. But this is very important in the lie that they teach us about American history.
Is that the Welsh cross or something? There was
So
like a red cross on it, wasn't there?
Looks more like
you remember this guy in American history, right?
Christopher Columbus.
Oh my gosh, I'll have to give you this video that I watched tonight about this. Yes, more about Columbus. About the oh shit, Portuguese. I'm not sure who it was
Da, da,
sailing
da,
into America.
da, da,
I hope they're-
da,
I put Christopher Columbus's boat on it.
da, 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 da. Why? Because Christopher Columbus is the one that proved that you wouldn't sail over the edge.
Yes, that you could go upside down on a ball, and therefore
So
you
look
have a thing
at
called
the
gravity.
brainwashing. Now, here's the sad thing, Trouble, and this is where this all goes back to is 95% of the people I asked, when I said flat earth, what was the first thing you originally thought of? Most of them said they described this kind of boat falling over the edge, and they described something like this.
Would that boat go in the ocean with only 3 sails? It's not in the Tasman Sea. It wouldn't last long. I've seen the sail ships, the sailing fleet that came to Australia, the replica. They are the tiniest ships you can ever think of. Yet on the horizon, I could see them. I could see the whole ship, the mast, going across the horizon, sailing away. I wish I'd known about flat Earth back then.
This is what they saw. You remember Thor?
Yep.
Remember how they depicted Asgard?
Yes. Sort of.
They imagined this boat sailing over this type of edge into this.
The abyss.
Over 90% of them gave that answer.
Wow.
See, yeah. Whereas I didn't so much get the Columbusy thing, though I'm sure
Well,
that was
hey,
around.
hey,
But it
Rob,
was
here's
just the
the
fact that
thing.
my grandfather didn't sail over the edge. He got here. So it was
Yeah,
obviously-
exactly. Well, so Rob in the chat is saying, well, that was the biggest fear way back in the day. Ships would head to sea and never return, sunk in storms, and people assume they fell off the edge. Well, you're assuming that they sunk in storms, but if they got there, how would you ever know they got there?
I'd say didn't come back. They have to do a return.
Yeah. If they never came back, if they got there and liked it there and just stayed there,
They
how
would
would
be
they
like,
ever tell you that they got back, dude? Like, I mean, even if they sent you a message, what are the chances that that boat made it? You know, like, you don't know is the problem.
there's this really interesting story about the Blue Mountains in Australia, about maybe there's some Egyptian remnants there that Khufu came over. And there's this cave, and it's got square sides and a square, a flat floor and a flat square roof, But the rock that's on the top looks like it's melted on the sides and just dripping off, and then it's cracked, and Um, they say it's a
Sorry.
hoax, but there's engravings there as well, Egyptian engravings, and it's really interesting.
Right, Josh, trouble. I'm gonna have to get going. I'm gonna get my head down for a bit. I've been up since 5 yesterday.
Okay. Dude, I didn't sleep. I slept like an hour and a half last night, and now it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm probably gonna sleep like an hour and a half today.
Yeah,
Oh
I'm
my
gonna get
goodness.
as much sleep as I can so we can have a chat later on, Josh.
Yep. I'll talk to you later, bro.
Yeah, nice one. Thanks, Trouble.
Oh, sorry, I hope I didn't talk over you.
No, it's all right. I just need to go to. I need to get some sleep.
Okay.
Trouble. He was on earlier. We were talking earlier for a good while, and then yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna talk. We're gonna talk later on Jamie Browns anyway, so it's all right. I'll talk to you later, man.
Yeah. All right, mate. Yeah.
I'll see
Thank
you
you.
later, bro.
Yeah. I'll see you later, Trouble.
Have a good
See ya.
rest.
Yeah. Bye.
Yeah, I'm on my iPad, so I can't see the chat room. Let's go get my laptop.
Uh,
And I want to go to Gympie. It's this town up the road because there's a church there. There's this old. Oh, you still here?
yeah.
I There's this story about the Gympie Pyramid. Um, but they say that the one that's there now is not the original, and it's more of a hoaxy fake replacement. But the church in town has a stone fence around it, and the stones are those seven-sided shapes that all lock in together perfectly. And
Okay.
that sort of stonework shouldn't exist in Australia. And I've only ever seen one or two people do videos on it. So I really want to go and visit it and film it. And
You should,
yeah,
because you're talking about like I've seen uh I think it was in Peru where there was
it's like that
the
kind of stuff. Yeah, it doesn't belong in
yeah.
Australia. Not for the time they say that the church is.
Yeah, I think I know the kind of of stones you're kind of talking about. Like you just don't set them on top of each other. You actually have to
No.
like line them up and fucking slide them into each other. Like
Well, yeah, they slot together like a jigsaw puzzle. There's no
yeah,
space
there's no
between
yeah.
them, no gap. Yeah.
Hey, so check this out.
Is that the moon?
Yeah, so Rob, you see, that's not my point of uh of being able to see the the ISS. Okay. My point is that that is not a million point 3 feet away from this observer. And Lee, you're welcome, brother. Hey, and it is 4:19, which means I need to get a dab break because in a minute it's going to be 4:20. I need a drink of water first.
Okay. I mean, that is beautiful. I mean, to think that
Like
you
just
can
imagine, like
see all
seriously,
the-
just imagine how small a football field would look at a million feet away.
Well, that's just like, that's three lines.
400 kilometers. Okay, what what cities do you have around you that are 400 kilometers away? Trouble.
You should be able to triangulate that thing's size compared to the moon and Earth or something, shouldn't you?
Oh, that's a good idea.
That's way too big for the moon. It's as big as
Yeah.
that crater. Look at that big center crater, you know, that one that below it.
Yeah.
It's bigger than that.
Well, dude, if you look at it,
Mind you-
it looks like, so even on the picture that it's stuck on right now, right? That it's
See,
paused on.
it's halfway to the moon, that ISS
Check
thing.
this out.
Oh, no,
So
yeah.
check out this crater right here, down here. Is that the one you were talking about? So
Yeah.
check this out. Yeah,
Yeah.
this one down here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a famous
This
one. Everybody will
would
know the
almost
name.
fit perfect right there. And hey, doesn't it look like a TIE fighter from Star Wars?
Yes. Same as that bloody moon of Saturn or whatever it was that looks like Star Wars. And what happened to the black satellite that was when I first started learning about all this, stuff? There was nothing about the ISS. It was all the black satellite. Black satellite. Is that the ISS? So they just swapped it from that to the ISS.
Yeah, this is the ISS. It transited the moon.
Yeah.
Well, I think Jibby took that video down because of Astronomy Live. I wish Astronomy Live wasn't such a jerk and almost practically forced Jibby to take that video down. Jibby had a video up of the ISS that was really cool. He showed that the ISS was basically like a transformer.
Yep.
Because it was constantly morphing.
Yep.
And he wasn't even using his own footage. He was actually using footage from a guy named Astronomy Live, who's a massive glober and has debated and argued on points for the globe. Yet, yeah. So that's just crazy. It was just, yeah, bad. Oh. But yeah, so my point is not that you can't see it, it's that should be way smaller if you are able to see it at all. It should seriously be a minimal speck moving across there.
You would think so.
In relationship to the rest of the moon, that's quite large.
I know it's closer, but still.
I was going to say, they're going to try to say that it's a lot closer.
Yeah.
Jen, are you still on panel? What's up, bro?
How you doing, man?
Hey, Jen.
Feel free to chime in on this anytime you want, man. I know you got something to say about this, or are you just sitting there absorbing?
Well, what I'm doing is I'm listening, and then because it's looking interesting, I've got something to say, but I'm going to wait till you finish, of course. And thanks for the invite to your channel.
Hey, did you catch that video I sent, Jen, in the last hangout?
You're always welcome, Jen.
Thanks very much, man. No, I haven't seen anything as yet. I haven't seen your one, but I was going to talk about the Coriolis effect. I found a really interesting video, but I'll wait till you finish first. Really interesting. I'll put it in the back chat later, a link. Really good.
Oh, well, you know what? I'm actually about to wrap this up right now. That's why I was kind of throwing you in here, because I mean, me and Trouble have been talking about this for a cool minute. We were talking about the size of stuff a little while ago. We've actually kind of taken a few little side rails on other things.
Yeah.
In between. Yeah. I mean, I still have or I had, I think I just closed them. Tabs open for how big the airplanes and stuff were. They're like 200 and about 230 feet, 240 feet in length.
Right.
So I mean, just imagine seeing one of those, and think about how big you see it when it's at 30,000 feet, and now imagine it at 400 kilometers or 1,000,000.3 feet.
I don't think it'd be 400 kilometers because the moon's only 350. 1,000 kilometers. Oh, okay, so that's a fair distance away to the moon.
Exactly.
You wouldn't be able to
forget about that one.
You just wouldn't be able to see it anyway. You know what I mean?
No, regardless of the moon, you shouldn't be able to see something that small that far away.
Exactly. It would be like a pixel, right? Running across the moon if you were able to see anything of it. So imagine, and then that would be like you trying to catch like a bullet in mid-flight on video.
Yes.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
You can't do it, you know.
Well, I mean, okay, so let's see.
Well, the moon should be a lot bigger in the background for the size it is, you know, like if you zoomed in that far on the ISS and it's that big, the moon should be massive.
Look, how
the whole
fast
screen
is the moon traveling?
18,
no.
18 kilometers per second.
Not the moon. Hold on, right. Not the moon.
Thanks.
.76 miles a second.
Yes. That's it.
Okay, let's try miles per hour. 17,000 miles per hour.
17,500 miles per hour, yeah. 17,000 miles per hour, yeah.
But that's up here, and from down here, this distance, that would look a lot faster because it's a lot smaller. Zoom across the sky.
Yeah, it should be.
27,000 kilometers per hour, guys.
It's ridiculous fast.
Moving through hydrogen at 10,000 miles per hour. Oh, this is just all about hydrogen technology to make your car go faster. Apparently, I typed in the wrong keywords. Wow, I don't know what to type to be able to search this. Like what I'm trying to search for is, like they say that the ISS is traveling 17,000 miles an hour, right?
Yeah.
That's what we just looked at.
Yeah.
And they now say that Earth's atmosphere extends past the moon.
Yeah.
Full of hydrogen. So now I'm wondering what happens to something, because this is how they've gotten away with space this whole time. And this means that their calculations as far as what it took to travel to the moon should have been off. They were accounting for traveling through nothing, right?
Or they were just lucky that they got it right.
Well, but they accounted for traveling through nothing. Well, instead, now they're saying that they were traveling through a cloud of hydrogen gas. So now they have resistance, okay? Without gravity. So now you have resistance without gravity. So their whole model of how they got to the moon is off. Because now they're having to push through something.
I think they were just trying to get rid of the Van Allen belt, like push it out a bit further or something, but...
No, actually what they're also trying to do is they're trying to account for being able to have something to push off against when the rockets do burn.
Okay. I thought they had some crap about it making its own
something
oxygen.
To steer against, you know?
I thought they had a theory that they made their own oxygen as it burnt. Or some bullshit.
Yeah, no, that's just...
You still need something to push off, though, don't you? Even though...
Yeah, you still need something to push off of and steer. Otherwise, you're only going in one direction. Forever.
Yes.
However you leave Earth's atmosphere, that's how you're basically stuck.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
And if you're spinning at that time, good luck. I hope you got a fucking barf bag.
You just keep spinning forever.
Like that's what I was always taught about space, okay?
Yeah, that's what we learned. Yeah.
Is shit goes wrong, you're fucked.
What they don't realize is when they go, but we know more now, but you're undoing what has been done and you're making it impossible for that to have been done. If it wasn't impossible enough already.
Yeah. So, okay, so I'm done with that. And then I'm done with the International Space Station as well. And I'm done with Asgard. Because we already, oh, that's how we got on that subject was this is the image that most people saw run through their mind, which is insane. I cannot believe that shows the indoctrination.
Yeah, I knew that all along, the Christopher Columbus boat, because that's what I remember. When I was a kid, same thing. Mayflower going over the edge. 1970s. 1970s image, that was, in Nigeria. I never saw it in England. Flat Earth came to me in Nigeria for the first time.
Yeah,
and
I
that
would
image said, no, the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, I would have copped that image as a kid, I'm sure.
Yeah. I was
Wait,
in Nigeria.
Who says no, the Earth is not flat?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, because in my Nigerian textbook back in 1970s, now remember, NASA had just gone to the moon, okay? So it would have been, I went to Nigeria twice. So I would have been 8 years old when I went to Nigeria the first time. NASA, 1969. So NASA
But
just landed. And then,
they'd already proven it by not sailing off the Earth anyway, you know? So
right.
They didn't need NASA.
Right, yeah, they'd gone to the moon. They'd gone to the moon. I left England with my parents to go to Nigeria purely because my father was a Volkswagen dealer, dealership in Nigeria with my uncle, his brother. So we went to Nigeria to carry on the business. Basically, I had to go to school. So at school, the Nigerian textbook showed us Copernicus, Galileo, Kepler. Who else am I missing? There's one other character missing. Anyway, and they were debating whether the Earth was round or flat in the book that I had, our textbook. And the image, a black and white line drawing image, it had the Mayflower, like the same shit, falling off the edge, saying the Earth is not flat. and then I said to myself, yeah, who would have thought it was flat? What stupidity, I thought, you know? And then from that day onwards, it was like seared in my brain, you know? Irons into my brain. You never forget that, do you? That image.
Yeah. And Columbus and Cook proved that it wasn't flat otherwise because they didn't sail off.
Yeah, that's right. And it's funny, isn't it? What the brain can remember, even from way back then. You know, I can remember that image. It's a striking image, isn't it?
Visual images speak directly to your subconscious.
Yeah, 1,000 words, man.
Yes.
To your subconscious, you know. I never forgot that. That was the first time I ever came up to flat Earth, right? And pure before that, I just learned about gravity because I was asking my teacher how comes people don't Australians don't fall off the edge. The bottom of the Earth. And I asked my teacher that. And that's when she said gravity. I learned a new word, gravity. NASA's going to the moon. I'm going to Nigeria. I'm on an aeroplane going to Nigeria. On the way back, we came back by ship 1 year later, 1971. NASA's still going to the moon at that time.
And it was the magnetic core why we weren't spinning off, like to us laymen. We didn't get all that mass attraction, mass sort of stuff. They didn't give us that info.
No, they didn't give us any of that at elementary school. Just gravity. And then I distinctively remember being on a ship for 2 weeks at sea. And the horizon was dead level. can you imagine leaving Nigeria to come back to England? We took in a few of the African coastal countries, right on the west coast, and then we went to the Canary Islands, and in particular Las Palmas, and then we came back in and arrived in Plymouth or Portsmouth. I think it's Portsmouth we arrived in, okay? But remember, if we look at the spherical globe, Earth map, globe, we would have to climb up, wouldn't we? Climb
How long
up
did it take? How long did it take the trip?
2 weeks.
Oh, was that all? Whereas, like people sailing to Australia, they were on there for 3 months.
Yeah, this
And
was
crap
two.
like
This was a
that.
2 weeks luxury liner. 2 weeks luxury liner,
Oh,
and
wow.
if you can imagine where Africa is on the global Earth map, right? It's not the map, but actual spherical Earth itself, the globe. We have to climb up, don't we? We have to climb up to get to England.
Well, there is no up on a globe because it's in
But
an
that's what we're told. You know,
yeah.
that's what we're told.
Well,
There's no
we're
up.
told not to look at it that way because we're upside down and that makes no sense. So there is no up. It's all
Yeah. So it is
from where
odd,
it's
that feeling.
relative from where you are.
Mm. Yes, it is. It is odd that you don't feel. Well, it's not for me. It's not for me. It was perfectly level. It's odd that they say we live on a globe. Is what I'm trying to say. Living on a globe is odd because you cannot be level on a ball. I'm sorry, you
And then
can't
their
be.
other proof was what
You
goes
can't.
up must come down. Do you remember? I don't know how many times I heard that as a kid. What
Oh,
goes up
yeah.
must come
Whatever goes
down.
up must come down. Yeah,
Gravity.
that's
There's
right.
gravity.
That's right. That's right.
There's your proof.
That proves their gravity theory,
And you haven't fallen
basically.
off the bottom of the ball of Australia. So,
Right.
you know.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah.
why it substantiates their gravity theory, which is all wrong.
Yeah. And it was just that simple, really. And then they distract you with how many countries there are, blah, 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 and all the other stuff.
Yeah. And I used
Let's
to
bring
think to
geography
myself,
and geometry into history. History and
yeah, I used to
geography.
love it. I loved history and geography and that, and the science and science. I loved all my subjects. I just didn't like English. It was the worst one. So much writing. I hated doing all the writing, essays
Oh,
and all
book
that. But in the end,
reports.
I got into it in the end.
Book
And the
reports and
reason why
theory.
I had to do more English when I returned from Nigeria, because my English suffered a little bit. I fell behind. Even though we spoke English in Nigeria, I still noticed I was behind when I went back to school after 1 year. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. How
So
old were you?
well, I told you I was 8 years old when I went the first time.
8. Sorry, I forgot.
NASA had just landed on the moon. And then 1969. So 1970, I'm on my way to Nigeria. We went by plane. It was my first time ever to fly on an aeroplane. It was a British Overseas Airways Corporation, BOAC. That was the airline that I flew on with my father and that. That was brilliant. First trip ever. Then we were there for a year. Then we returned back to England, and it was a 2 weeks luxury liner. And that experience, you never forget seeing
Hell no.
nothing but sea for 2 weeks. It's
Were
an
you ever
unforgettable
worried that
experience.
you were going to sail over go over the edge? Like,
This is it, you see. This is
you
it
thought
now.
it
I'm
was
glad you said
curved?
that because I was looking. I was looking. I was always looking at the horizon.
Yeah, thinking, shit, I hope that's not the edge there, and I'm just going to
Right.
sail off
You,
straight
you
over
took the
like a
words right out of
waterfall.
my mouth. You took the words right out of my mouth because that's what was happening to me. That's why I remember it so clearly. That we didn't go over no edge, and the water was always level. It was level all the time, and I was constantly looking up. Before I'd go to bed at night, I'd look out because at night time was the scariest time because you can't see anything. It's pitch black
Yeah.
at your porthole. My bunk bed was right by the porthole, so I was lucky. I took the top bunk over my brothers, being the older ones. So I took the top bunk and had the porthole right there. So in the mornings when you wake up, you think, oh, look, nothing but sea. Bloody hell, let me get upstairs and have a look what's on deck. Nothing but sea. You know? I really, really loved that trip. We did that. I did that twice in the 1970s. We went to Nigeria twice like that. It was fantastic. The second time, it was just me and my dad. The second time, Mum and Dad were having a bit of a fight over it, and my brothers and that. My dad said, "Right, I'm coming," but my other brothers didn't want to go, so it was just me and my dad that went the second time, and I really enjoyed it. So yeah, you know, I'll never forget that experience. It leaves a lasting impression on a child. That one.
Yeah. Yeah, I went to Tasmania on the Abel Tasman, and
Right.
I'd lived over there for a while, and a few times I watched this great big ocean liner go out, and the waves would break over the front of the deck.
Right.
Because
Yes.
Devonport's
Over the
right,
front of the
it's
deck. So
straight ocean.
you had troubled seas, didn't you? There.
Yeah, massive
Pardon the
seas, and
pun.
I got on the thing, and I was gonna have a great time because you know you could gamble on it. There was a casino and all that sort of thing, and I was over 18. I got seasick an hour after we left the shore, and I ended up getting some seasick tablets, and I didn't wake up till an hour before docked. I missed the whole trip. I was like,
Yeah, no, I didn't get seasick as a child. I went as a child, you see, so it was all an adventure. We used to watch every day. We used to watch Tom and Jerry, Mickey Mouse, all those advert. They had the children's morning session, so you go into the cinema and you watch the cinema in the morning after breakfast. So you have your breakfast, you have the morning session of cartoons, then you go up on deck, and they had games you could play on deck, shinty and things like this, where you try and get you push a puck and it lands in a number, and one with the highest number gets a prize at the end of the day, right? And you got the hoops, and you try and get the hoops over these poles, these
yeah,
pegs. Sorry,
hockey,
pegs.
you know,
These
hooky,
pegs.
isn't that called hooky?
Okay, so guys, real quick.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna let you know. I'm gonna have a little fun with Rob in a minute.
Yeah.
He's gonna hop on the panel.
No worries,
I'm actually gonna go down and have a cigarette real quick. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna
no
mute
worries,
my
man.
computer, and I'll probably hop on my phone. So Jin, take this time to finish up and wrap up whatever you're about to say, and you're just go ahead and keep John on, dude. All right.
Thank you
I was
very
just
much.
letting you know
You're coming on in the next 2 minutes, are you?
that you got a few minutes. Well,
Yeah,
no,
well,
Rob's
wicked,
coming
come
on.
on any time, man. Of course.
Well, no, Rob's
I'm at
coming
the end
on
of
in
what I was
a
saying anyway.
Rob's coming on in a few minutes, and when he
Yeah,
gets
later on,
here,
yeah.
by the time he gets here, I'll be back upstairs. And
Yeah, no worries.
what we're gonna tear into is, and here I'm gonna wet your whistle right now a little bit.
Go on.
We're gonna talk about, and we're gonna tear into because he's talking about the SpaceX launch, which I love talking about the SpaceX launches.
Me too.
And he said that it's going to be docking with the ISS in 22 hours. And I'm like thinking in my head, oh, that's
That ain't
interesting.
happening.
And well, I know, but that just, yeah, we're gonna talk about that. And
Okay, that's going to be good. Then
I'm
maybe
gonna tear into
later on,
that.
maybe later on, if there's time, we can talk about the Coriolis video that I've got, 28 minutes that I found, right? Really nice. Proves Earth is motionless. Coriolis effect proves Earth motionless.
Yeah,
Documentary.
dude.
28 minutes, but afterwards,
Dude,
no rush.
no, hey, I'm sorry, but I'm not watching a 28-minute video right now, dude.
No, that's what I'm saying. Not now. No.
No. Okay, that's cool. And I'll watch it at some point. And if you have certain parts of it that you want to show, then yeah, pull it up and we'll show those, and you can screen share those if you want.
Yeah, the thing is, I can't screen share on my iPhone.
Well, then just post the link. Just post the link in the YouTube chat. No, not the back chat. No, Jin, you need to learn what things are called. Okay.
Yeah, go on.
The Hangouts chat is the back chat. Okay.
Yeah.
The watch page. Well, post it on the watch page so everybody else can watch it as well.
Okay, I'll do that.
And then also anybody that's watching this video later on that just comes across it, because I let the chat play live when it replays the video.
Okay, I'll always do that from now on.
they'll be able to click on the link and be a part of what we're talking about, you know?
Right. I'll always do that from now on. I always forget to do that, you know.
It's actually a good idea.
Yeah, I forget to do that. Yeah, I forget to do that. I keep thinking that they've got access. That's what I think.
Yeah.
So okay, I'll do that. Of course, I'll do that later on.
But yeah.
Hello, Rob.
Morning, fellers. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Hey, yeah, we can hear you just fine. Hey, Rob, so we're gonna let Jin finish up talking about what he was talking about right now, real quick.
No, yes, it was just about basically remembering the fact that the horizon on the ocean was dead level for 2 weeks on a ship. That's all. You know, we can carry on now. Really, just going over my past. Please carry on.
Well, of course, the horizon would be like level. Where would the horizon go?
Yeah, exactly.
No, it was just about as a kid, you know, because he just learned that the Earth was flat and not flat. Sorry, round.
Okay.
Yeah, and
but it was like contrary to what you were actually looking at and what you were being taught. Like what you were being taught and what you were looking at, you were like, "Huh, it's not what I'm seeing."
Well, we still had the stories in our head of sailing over the edge of the Earth, so it was just.
Yeah.
What did it look like when you're out there? Were you worried, you know, still that at some point you might, if you headed that way, you might go off the edge still?
Yeah.
Even though you knew you weren't going to because it's round and.
Well, yeah, I wasn't sure what was going on, you see, as a kid. You know what I mean? I was constantly
looking. Only 8, so as a kid, yeah.
Constantly looking at the horizon, 360 degrees, all the way around. It's just sea. 2 weeks. You don't forget that in a hurry. You don't forget that in a hurry. You know? But anyway, yeah, Rob, let's go into this ISS and the SpaceX docking. That sounds very interesting.
Yeah, I don't get much space footage over in Australia, and I don't know much about SpaceX and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, SpaceX. Yeah, I saw the rocket last year in LA.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry, you go.
I don't know like what the speeds are and this, that, and the other thing, but I'm envisioning like if you're gonna pass something out the car window to your buddy driving beside you, you kind of got to get to the same speed to do that, right? So I'm assuming that whatever the ISS is traveling, that's roughly the speed that a rocket would have to travel to dock with it, because otherwise you'd have a collision, right?
Yeah, that 17,500 miles per hour is what the ISS is supposedly going up, rotating the Earth, supposedly. So yes, that's the speed they'd have to get up to for docking, for sure.
But would it have to go faster to catch up and then slow down to the speed?
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know how they're going to do that, actually, because no video exists of that happening.
Or not really, because it's not coming up from behind. It's coming from like below, like a different angle. So it just needs to catch it as it goes above.
No video of this, though. No video footage of this ever.
But then that's like T-boning it rather than coming up beside it and docking. So.
That's right. That's what's crazy about it.
They should produce some sort of video on it this time around, because that rocket supposedly has cameras all over it. So we'll see what they throw at us in about a day, I guess.
Oh, cool.
Yes, 22 hours away or so. Yeah, sounds brilliant.
Oh, it's getting late here. Sorry, yawning.
What is the point? What is the point of the SpaceX docking with the International Space Station anyway? Why?
I think it's just to test things out. I think this is SpaceX's first time docking with the space station. I don't think SpaceX has ever done it before.
No, it hasn't done it before. Now, prior to them going to the ISS, the astronauts are apparently in limbo because there is no vehicle, that service vehicle, to send any stuff up there. The last time the space shuttle went to the ISS, I think, was November last year. And since then, there hasn't been a vehicle. The Russian one exploded. Do you remember?
I don't remember the Russian one exploding, but I believe you.
Yeah. The Russian one exploded. There was an accident which rendered the Russian one not being able to go. Right, they had to cancel the mission. Okay.
Oh
Since
yeah, yeah.
then,
And they were worried about water supplies and this, that, and the other thing because they would have had to wait like some ridiculously long amount of time before they could send up more supplies.
right, and there hasn't been anything going up there since then. Right, that would have been November-ish. Right, so we've done all of December, we've done all of January, we've done all of February. No supply ship has gone up there yet. And now the SpaceX is going up there. Now that would have been the perfect time to deliver supplies, yes or no?
You would think so. I mean, if they're gonna dock, why waste all that money without getting something out of it? I mean,
Right. So we have to wait and see what the reason is, because if it's just for a test, then something doesn't add up.
yeah, and I believe after they're done this mission, they're coming back down. They're gonna launch again to test the abort system. Like if there's a problem and they gotta eject the capsule off the rocket, like during takeoff. So I believe what they're gonna do is they're gonna land the rocket back on Earth. They're gonna take off again, like a couple of days later, test that system, and they're actually gonna destroy the rocket itself. Like they're gonna try and mimic catastrophic failure to see if they can safely eject the control module or whatever you want to call it in an event that, there's a Challenger type disaster, right?
Right. So the survival capsule, if you will.
Now, wouldn't it be nice to have that kind of money? I mean, obviously the rockets are launching, right? So even if they're not going to space, to be able to take a vehicle that would cost that much money and just blow it up for the sake of science. I mean,
that's a lot of money, yeah. And bearing in mind, SpaceX gets its money from NASA.
I was going to say, can I ask a dumb question? What exactly is SpaceX? Is it a branch of NASA or a private?
Well, it's Elon Musk's baby, really, but it gets assistance from NASA. Okay? Elon Musk's project.
Yeah.
Well, that's another weird thing, because a couple of years ago, NASA said, okay, we're done flying into space. We're going to let private companies do it. We're going to outsource it to them. But then didn't they just announce that NASA is doing all these space flights coming up again? Or are they saying they're going to use like SpaceX's stuff?
Right. This is what we've got to wait and see, because you're right. They did say that.
And same as that guy from Virgin Airlines. He was going to space.
That's right. Richard Branson,
Yeah,
Richard Branson. They had a number of years, a few years back, they had a couple of setbacks, accidents, where somebody died in one of their missions, right? So that put a little bit of a setback, but they're coming back again with another attempt. But when is it happening? I don't know. So that's
well, they just went up to the quote edge of space, whatever that is.
The Kármán line,
a week ago or something like that.
Okay. And that was successful, was it?
Yeah, and they actually, I guess their craft has 2 passenger seats in it, so they can take passengers. So they actually put an astronaut in the cabin where the passengers would sit, just to test that. And that astronaut, or I don't know if you can really call them an astronaut, but that woman, she is now going to go and start preparing to train tourists to go up when they start doing that flight. But that's $250,000 a ticket.
Right.
And I think it supposedly just gets up to zero gravity, and you're in zero gravity for a brief moment, like, a couple of minutes, and that's it. Like, it's not like they're taking you to space. They're just bringing you to the edge of the atmosphere, and then they're coming back down.
So it's like the vomit comet.
Well said. Yeah.
Where they just free.
A glorified vomit comet. 2 minutes seems to be a very short time to enjoy weightlessness for. How much money is it? $250,000?
Yeah, $250,000 US, and they've already sold 600 tickets.
Yes,
Well, they're not
that's
really
what I heard.
weightless, are they? They're just free falling, but they've got a shell around them so you don't feel all the wind and things rushing past you.
Okay, now the question is, are they really going up there? Do you really have weightlessness up there? These are the questions that we need to have answers to. Do any of you believe that when you go up to the Kármán line, right, that's 62 miles up, we have weightlessness? Do you believe that?
Well, no, because the speeds they have us up there means that I hate to use the word, but like that G-force in a seat where you've got that you just can't move, you're pinned down.
Right.
Um,
What about you, Rob? Do you believe that if you go up to the Kármán line, the edge of space, you start to float?
Yeah, well, the idea is you're high enough that there's no downward force acting on you, right?
Yeah, but
So I
do
mean,
you believe
obviously,
that?
you guys can't believe that because that would mean gravity, right? But I believe. See, I'm a little different than you. Is I don't disbelieve gravity. I
Right.
I think that it's a force that they really don't know much about, and they're making claims that they shouldn't because they don't know enough about it. But I firmly believe that whatever the shape of the planet, there almost has to be some sort of downward force, not just a density thing. Like it doesn't make sense. Like, well, everything's got to be kept on Earth for a reason. Something's got to decide that water is going to find its level on the ground and not 100 feet in the air. So that, and like with the density argument that Nathan Oakley always uses, air, we know for a fact that the air is less dense the higher you go. So if that's the case, then if I drop a bowling ball, it should take the path of least resistance and go upwards through the less dense air. And it doesn't. So there's got to be some sort of force, electromagnetism, who knows, but there's got to be something.
And the other thing is, if you take something up high and you let it go, it doesn't go sideways. Like you say, it does go down.
Yeah,
But
but
I
I
do
just
think
think
that density and buoyancy,
that's the only. That's for me.
you
That's the
will.
only explanation. If you go up that high, your body weight is just bringing you straight down. And the reason why you don't go left or right is because your weight is going straight down. You're not floating. If you could
No,
float, if you are able to float, then you could control your descend, right?
but that's
Your
what I think's
descent.
happening in those vomit comets. I think the plane is descending at the same rate as the person inside it, so it feels like they're
Yeah,
free falling. I mean, it feels like they're
yeah,
floating, but really they're free falling inside
yeah, yeah,
something
yeah. Inside
that's
that,
free fall.
but
Yeah.
do you believe? Do you think that if you went up to space, you would suddenly start to float?
Well, if it's all real, then yeah, I believe that there's got to be some point where there's nothing holding you down anymore.
Yeah,
Even with the density argument,
yeah,
if there is a space or a near space type of thing where the atmosphere is so thin that there's almost nothing there, then there's no
yeah,
density coming into play either, right? Like, because
Yeah.
now you're surrounded all the way around you, 360 degrees around you by nothing, which would mean there'd be no direction for you to go because there'd be no other density to, you know what I mean? Like your body wouldn't know which way density is supposed to direct it. So I think that if you can get up that high, and I think that, well, what is one of the popular models is the moon and sun are like 3,000 miles was a number I heard. Well,
yeah,
if you can get up 3,000 miles, then even density could explain weightlessness. I think there's a lot to both models that could work with each other.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
I unfortunately I feel that the flat Earth community in general tries to debunk everything when a lot of this stuff should probably
Works on
just
both
be
models.
sorted out. Yeah, like there's a lot of stuff that would work on both models, and not
Okay.
everything has to be fake. That's the way I feel, right?
Yeah.
So
Oh,
I
yeah.
just wanted to bring a point that there's been a number of experiments conducted whereby they've removed the air from a sealed unit, a capsule, if you will, and they removed the air. It's all glass, a glass chamber, and then the feather dropped down to the ground. It didn't float a feather just came down to the ground in a vacuum chamber. So my feeling is, even if I was up in space at 360 degrees all around me, I would still fall, because I would fall because I've got my body weight. I've got my body weight here that I've got to account for. I mean, a feather has got some weight, and the air was removed from this chamber, and the feather just dropped with no air in it.
Yeah,
There's nothing to support it.
I saw that video, and I hear where you're coming from, which again, that's one of the things that pushes me back towards some sort of force that's keeping us down, you know.
Yeah.
Well, for me,
I don't really know what happens in space, but
right.
yeah, the moon's there and it's not falling on us. So
Right. Now,
there's
what that could
something
be, that
I
could
don't know.
be something to do, like, as a
Well, that could be
science to the
density and
future
buoyancy. So
would
maybe
say.
yeah, I don't know.
Something to do with magnetic and I don't know, liquid something or other, some kind of magnetic force of some kind that's keeping the moon and the sun up there.
In the right places.
Yes, right. In their right places, on their predictive paths. We're not of that, we are not made of that stuff. Do you know what I mean? We're flesh and blood here and bone. Okay, and we've got some weight. We do, I don't know how heavy the sun is and how heavy the moon is, right? But something to do with magnetism up there. That's keeping them up there. But we, of flesh and bone, human beings, living entities, we can't float. We're not designed. We're not designed to float. We're not supposed to be up there.
Well, magnetism I can see and I can understand it and see how it works, but gravity, there doesn't seem to be many experiments.
Yeah, I hate that word gravity because it was an invention.
It goes in its favor.
Was a theory by Sir Isaac Newton. It's never been proven, so I never use it. I stopped using it as soon as I realized, and I realized it was a theory when I was 18 years old. I subscribed to a book, and Tree of Knowledge it was called, and the first issue was about Sir Isaac Newton. So I read it through. And then I discovered that it was a theory, it said. Now, I never learned that at school. I never learned at school that Sir Isaac Newton was a theory, only when I read it in this book. So I thought, so it's not real then. Gravity, 18, I'm discovering gravity is not real. But then I never thought about it again until I came into the flat earth. So, I truly believe that, we don't. Buoyancy and density is the reason for the ups and downs, because we've got to explain the helium balloons in my classroom here. I've got 2 helium balloons, they're floating around. How comes? Proving that gravity doesn't exist on a daily basis.
Well, proving that it's a part of buoyancy and density, is it? Because it's lighter than the air around it.
It has to be. I'm looking at my balloons now. 2 balloons there floating around in the classroom. Buoyancy and density at work, because it can't be that gravity can be in my room pulling down all different weights of things: bicycle, chair, rubber, sock, plastic cup, all different weights are being kept at the table. but the helium balloon is rising up, lighter than everything that I've mentioned, the most lightest thing. And if gravity is such a force, it should pull that down. That those balloons shouldn't rise.
And if there's
they do rise. Go ahead.
Where does all the helium go that's in the sky?
Exactly. Well, yes, that's what I'd like to know. Where does all the helium go that's in the sky?
Is there a layer of helium around the Earth, or is it oozed out into space where it can't go?
It dissipates into the atmosphere. Yeah, I'd like to know what happens to that. That I don't know. I'm not up there. That's why there's a lot of unknowns, and we have to be very careful in what we say is real or not real, I feel. But it's interesting, this ISS and this SpaceX docking. That's really going to be interesting to watch. And what about the return? Rob, what do you reckon? Oh, he's gone.
I probably won't be far away, waiting for Uber to come back.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the docking and that everybody's keeping their eye on, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. That's
And
right. Yeah.
and I did see the one where it landed back on Earth, and that just looked like the reverse of it taking off.
That's correct. That's exactly what it looks like. It's a reverse
Yeah,
of the taking off. Yeah. It's
I think
impossible for a
journalism or
pencil.
someone did a video about it.
Yeah, that was journalism.
Yeah,
Journalism did the video about that reverse landing. Yes, it's an insult. When I
and it
saw it the
matched
very
the
first time,
footage matched to a T.
yeah, when I saw
I
that,
can't even park a car in exactly the same place, let alone a rocket that's just gone how many million miles,
yeah,
thousands of miles, hundreds of thousands.
I think last year or 2017, they did a stunt where they landed the rocket at sea on a platform at sea. Can you imagine
Oh,
that? On the sea, a platform on the sea, wobbling and moving around, and they landed it pinpoint. Nah, it's rubbish. That's just another lie. It's another insult to one's intelligence.
how they land those jets on those boat ships.
Aircraft carriers.
Oh my
Yeah,
God,
aircraft
that
carriers.
is just amazing.
Totally agree. It is just amazing.
Oh, well, they must be bringing something back down, surely. We know they do send, rockets up, just doesn't mean they're going to space.
Yep, that's right.
Maybe they do fake some, who knows? But, you know, need to speak to the sailors that are on the ships. God, imagine getting something, but they're pretty big, aren't they? These rocket things?
Yeah, yeah. This one's quite big. It is a big thing. It's just like it looks like a giant cigar, if you will. That's what it looks like, a giant cigar.
But then it breaks off like one bit, and then there's only the top bit goes like 1/3 of it, doesn't it? So when it comes back, and then they send it off again, what do they have to build the bottom 2/3 to put around it or something?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I've seen it taking off all the time. I've seen this thing taking off, and it just looks like a regular rocket going up. It's just when it's coming back and the legs come popping out, and it just looks so odd. Just looks so odd. Looks pretty CGI as well. Yeah, so just hilarious. It's hilarious. Yeah, it's hilarious, man. I'm just writing a link into the chat room.
Yeah. Shout out to the chat room.
Proving
Oh, you don't get old when you go to bed earlier on a Saturday night than any other day of the week.
you've been doing a lot of staying up late, really, haven't you? Burning your candles at both ends.
Yes. Because that's when all the action starts at my bedtime.
Really? Right, I pasted the link in there. Space.
Oh, you have to go look at the because I found that Japan one, the 7 minute
Okay, yeah.
Japan's history in
Did you put
seven
it
minutes.
in this?
It's hysterical. No, the last chat we
Right,
were
it
in.
is in this.
No, I haven't.
Okay. So I've seen the last chat. I've got it. Don't worry.
Yeah, I had to watch it again just before. It's kind of like I wish they'd done every country. Because whether you believe it or not, I mean, it's the official history version.
As well.
Uh,
I'll
you,
put the guys there if they're interested. Yeah, I put it in the link anyway if anyone's interested. Links to the Coriolis effect proving Earth is motionless. There's the link. It's only 28 minutes long. I tell you, watch it because it's like a slam dunk. It's compelling, very telling and compelling. It's only 28 minutes long and it's really, really good. I watched it twice today.
yeah, I'll check it out tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, if you want to know about the Michelson-Morley experiment, it all comes in. But you know,
Oh, excellent.
it's at the very beginning. You've got an ex-marine puts down a $20,000 challenge, right, to anyone that can prove and hit targets after factoring in the Coriolis effect. You've got to use the maths, and he's put a $20,000 challenge.
Oh,
Yeah, ex-marine. He's a marine, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, apparently he was a bodyguard to Angela. Is it something Albright?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know many
Clinton,
Americans.
yeah, Clinton's day when Clinton was in. Forgotten her name. Madeleine Albright, I think her name was. But anyway, yeah. So it's a very good documentary. 28 minutes, a right riveting watch, full of information, packed with just heliocentric destroying information. Every minute you watch it, you're learning something that's just throwing the heliocentric model in the bin. Every sentence. Yeah, quite interesting.
Yes, should be good. Thanks. Sometimes you watch those, like you think, oh, 30 minutes, it's gonna be long, but then they start and then they end, and you're like, damn, wish they'd have gone longer.
That's right, you see. Yeah, yeah.
Give me more, give me more. Has this guy made
Yeah,
any other videos? That kind of thing.
yeah, you start wishing it was you. Yeah, can I have a bit more of this stuff? Yeah, that's why I watched it twice. I just wanted to. I could, you know, I knew the Coriolis effect didn't exist at all, and the Marine said it himself. He never heard of the Coriolis effect until he retired from the Marines. Okay, and what surprised him that people who are non-military, ordinary people, talking about the Coriolis effect like it existed, and he said it's BS. No
Yeah.
sniper, no sniper, no tank, missile munitions expert. They don't factor in the Coriolis effect when they're setting off their missiles or hitting their targets. They send a tracer out. Okay, they have a rocket launcher on the
Oh, I've
shoulder.
seen this one. Yes, yes, and it has to have line to line, sight view.
Again, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've
It has to have a
you've got
straight path to get through. Yeah.
Exactly. So the guy's got his rocket launcher on his shoulder, and he says, they send a tracer, and then you follow the tracer, and wherever that tracer, if it's 2 feet away, 2 feet, left or right, and you hit your target, he said. Every time. Right. It's line of sight again, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, and so sometimes isn't there somebody on the ground that goes and puts like something, something on the building, and then that's the tracker, like they know where to track things like that too.
Yeah, that's probably when obviously when they're practicing, they put a marker up on it to give them something to aim at, probably. But this guy was talking about when actually using the weapon in anger, let's say. Even when they're practicing, or same thing, they throw out a tracer, and then you're following the tracer, boom. And then when you're on the long range practicing, for example, as a sniper,
Well, that's what I mean. Like, how do you get the tracer out of? I mean, you've
well,
got
it's
what you
coming
got.
off. It's coming off it's coming off the weapon itself. The weapon sensor.
Oh,
Yeah. Or,
okay.
like
Oh,
you
yeah,
said,
like those red dots that in the movies when somebody's pointing a gun at them.
That's right. That's
No,
coming
yeah.
off. Someone else is sending it. So someone else sends a tracer, right?
Yep.
Right, and then you
Yep.
just follow the tracer. You got it. You got it. That's what he says. That's exactly what he says. Which is pretty good, I thought. Pretty good. Pretty revealing. And that's just the first 2 minutes, right? And then it goes on from there. Global Earth. It goes into aeroplanes not being able to land if the Earth was spinning. It goes into if the aeroplane obviously takes off from the global Earth that's spinning 1,000 miles at the equator, you wouldn't reach your destination because you'd have to fly faster to keep up.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's pretty good. It's only 28 minutes. I really enjoyed it. It just proves without doubt that Earth is motionless. And it does go into the Michelson-Morley experiments a little bit as well. Touches on that. So I thought it was pretty good. Yeah. It's a good one. You know, if you want to, you know, I'm going to be using that, referring to that a lot. If ever Negator's on, I'm going to be giving him this as well to you know, Negator.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to refer him to that video. And I also put the railgun video there as well. And it's got, I put it in the other day. I will upload it again later on because it's in my head. I know I've got it saved. And basically, there's a diagram which shows the regular missiles that are fired from a ship and they use the GPS, right, to hit the target. And they go in an arc, don't they?
Yep. Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Then you've got the railgun. It just goes direct, straight line. Now remember, I kept saying line of sight here. This diagram proves it. There's no getting away
Yes.
from it.
I think I've seen a couple of them way back.
Yeah, I'm sure you would have done. Yeah, this one, it's 13 minutes long video, only 13 minutes, and it's about India having the railgun. Many in 90s, India had a railgun. That was the shock, right? The surprising thing was India was working on the railgun back in the 1990s. Okay. India, of all people, of all countries, sorry, working on the railgun, right? And then it takes you through how the railgun works, basically, the workings of a railgun and its accuracy. It's pretty good. Another one, compelling.
So I wonder who. I was going to say, I wonder who the astronauts are on this trip, this thing tonight.
Yeah, I'm wondering as well, actually, who they are. I've never got any names. I'm going to look into it later. I'm actually going to look up the videos for that one because I want more information. You know, the SpaceX, it's just a joke. SpaceX is just, I just can't believe it. It's even more corny than the Apollo missions, to be honest.
Have you seen the videos about the 7? Oh, you're back.
Yeah, well, I'm still here. It's just, as soon as I came out to the garage, I started smoking a cigarette. I was going to start talking to you guys, and then Snack came out, and we started talking. And, yeah, I don't know. I'm the kind of person where, like, don't get me wrong, I love talking to people in other parts of the world online, but when someone's standing right in front of me ready to have a conversation with me, like, they usually take precedent.
That's cool. Yeah, that's cool, man.
Live
your life as you wish.
I was going to mute as soon as you have this start having this convo.
Yeah, no worries at all. You don't owe us any apologies. It's because you're living your life as you are. Brilliant, mate.
Oh, dude. Well, I like hanging around you guys, and I felt like I just left you guys hanging. Even though
No,
he
no, 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 no.
for
You
a
left
while.
us. You left us in good stead, and you came back in good stead. You got no worries, mate. You know, that's it. You know, like I said, you're living your life as you wish, and that's what you're supposed to do. Live your life as you wish. If you feel you've done something wrong, you make notes. But you ain't done anything wrong, man.
But yeah, dude, me and Snack were actually, because it's raining right now, we were talking about, like, because we've been talking about it for a little while now, about what actually creates rain.
Yes,
Like,
yeah, I
Yes.
remember.
what's happening with the weather and stuff like that.
That's right. I've been thinking of
Yes.
that myself.
Trouble, that's why I was talking to you earlier about my,
Rainbow. And
well, about the rainbow, and then about how I think it's like an HHO generator reversed.
yeah.
Uh, and Snack was throwing out his idea, which I've heard before as well, and he was talking about how he thinks that it's actually like energy loss, and it actually condensing, and that's why the water's falling. And
Ooh.
there might actually be a way where that they both kind of fit actually like that. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, because it is baffling where the rain comes from. Where does this rain come from? You know, we hear that the clouds are too heavy, so they have to release the water. That's what we learned, yeah?
Well, you know what? That might actually kind of be partially true, but as far as how the water gets combined and how it gets up there, that's a different story, I think.
Yeah. Coming off the oceans, apparently. Condensation rising up from the oceans.
And I mean, that's not to say that water doesn't lift up when it dries and stuff like that. Like steam isn't created. I mean, steam is created when you dry a bunch of water with a bunch of heat. Like, duh. But like, show me an example of where anybody has seen that keep rising and then turn into a cloud in the sky and then start raining.
And then not only that, those clouds are going to be at 3 different levels with distinct space of, air in between or
And
something.
that's what Snack was talking about as well, because
What?
he's brought up certain things about what he thinks is happening up there. Hey, Rob, what's up, man?
Hey, what's happening? I just put Hangouts on my phone, so I'm not sure if this is going to work or if it's going to echo or what.
No, you really don't sound like you have an echo right now. Do you guys hear an echo from him?
Not a bad one, no.
Not yet.
No.
There's probably a mute button or something. Oh, yeah, there we go. Mute button.
A bit distant, that's all, but no, fine. Sounds good.
So, yeah, Jim.
Hi there.
I'll walk up down here.
Okay. Feel free to. Do you just want to finish that one first? Sure.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Michelson-Morley experiment. Have you looked up the Michelson-Gale-Pearson experiment?
Not as yet, no.
Okay, so that happened later, and Michelson was it's kind of an extension of the original experiment, but it all has to do with the rotation of the Earth. Like the whole experiment is based on the fact that the Earth rotates and it observes that and everything else. That was one of the things that I argue with flat earthers about is they throw out Michelson-Morley, but they don't realize that Michelson then went on to prove rotation and everything else in his experiments. So it's almost like a double-edged sword.
Right. Yeah, I see what you mean. 1 against 1, 4 sort of thing.
Yeah, so use again, it's just a heads up, but you've got to be careful using Michelson-Morley, because if you're saying that Michelson's a reputable scientist, well, then he went on to do Earth rotation stuff as well, right?
Yeah.
So
But then there's a
scenario that could nip you in the arse.
It's not just Michelson-Morley. There's Aries failure. There's Sagnac. So there's quite a few, and there's this recent video that's been uploaded very recently. 28 minutes. I've left it in the chat room link. I shall put it in the back chat now as well, just in case. Watch it. It's compelling. You know, when you watch this video, it will leave you in no doubt. I'm telling you.
And also, doesn't that show that you could either see the Earth moving, view it as the Earth moving under the sky or the sky moving above the Earth? So you can flip it both ways.
Oh yeah, and I see that that thing too. But in my opinion, and I'm not a science guy. I'm just a normal Joe. But if the stars are moving around us, then they almost have to be on a spherical globe dome, not just a dome that covers the flat plane. You know what I mean? Because unless they're being projected by a machine, which they aren't, because they've been around long before we could project anything onto anything. If they're moving around, they've got to go all the way around and then come back on the other side.
So a flat plane inside a bubble, sort of thing.
That would be my thought. If that's what's happening, is they're moving around us, it's got to be a bubble around.
Well, that planetarium. Think of a planetarium. Is what I always say. Think of the planetarium. That's what we mean by dome, I think.
Yeah, well, most critical thinking flat earthers don't really. They're real hesitant to suggest a physical dome. You know what I mean? They say dome, but they don't really mean physical dome. They just mean basically something, right? And that makes sense. But unfortunately, you get the Facebookers that think there's a glass bowl above the planet, right? And like a lot of this stuff gets taken out of context and then gets spammed on social media, which results in the whole world thinking you're crazy. Like that's that's the reality of it. That's when meanwhile most of you in your group, like I was saying last night, you're just critical thinkers and you're questioning things. That's it. You're not crazy. Now I've seen lots of crazy people. That Bible dude, he's just flat out nuts.
Well, it could be temperature. I mean, temperature is a big theme in all the information. So maybe it's just different chemicals and different temperature that creates this appearance of a domey thing, a bubble, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. Okay, killed the combo.
No. Just typing something in the back chat here quickly. Leaving a link to that video. It's only 28 minutes long. Motionless. There we are. Okay. Put the link in now. Sorry, it just takes a little while to do this.
It's cheap asparagus season here in North America, and I'm loving it. Asparagus is like my
lovely
vegetable. And normally here where I live, it's like $5 a pound. But right now, because it's all growing in Mexico now, because it's an early season vegetable, it's like $1.99 a pound. And I bet you I have like 10 pounds of asparagus in my fridge right now. My peas smell like death for a month.
But it's good anyway, I know. Do you eat white asparagus? Do you get that? White asparagus?
I've had it, but we don't get it often, and if we do, it's expensive.
Yeah, same here. But yeah, I love asparagus. Love them. I usually just steam mine. Do you do the same?
Yeah, I bring my water to a boil. I throw them in there and let it go, let them sit in there for like 2 minutes, and that's it. So I like them still nice and crunchy.
Yeah, me too.
When you snap them, like to take the ends off, if you grab each end and just bend it, it'll automatically snap the woody side off. It'll snap right at that point. So you never get the real woody stringy pieces. They'll snap off automatically. If you just bend it in half and let it snap where it wants to.
Yeah.
Always breaks off the crummy part.
Yeah,
It just
but then it
started
rained.
raining here, and it smells really fresh and
Fresh.
clean.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ah,
it's nice.
you've been dying for rain, haven't you?
No, no, because then I can't get out because it's raining. But yeah, well, it's rainy season, so it usually rains. I like the storms, the thunderstorms, but we haven't really had many.
Right.
I wish I lived in Australia. I wish I had like a ticket for a trade or something. Australia would be a great place to live.
Yeah, you need a Willy Wonka golden ticket.
Yeah, Australia would be. It is a nice place. It sounds like because you've got a lot of room there. That's
I'm
the
very
thing.
lucky. Yeah,
A lot of space.
yeah.
Do you get earthquakes often?
No, they get a few little ones up northish, I think, or Perth or somewhere.
Right. I know they get them in New Zealand.
Yeah, nothing like New Zealand. No,
Right.
I think we get little rattly ones under the ground, and then they sort of fall. But I can't remember. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Rob, are you a believer that the ISS exists or doesn't exist?
I'm not sure. I'm still on the fence with that one.
Okay, right. Bloody hell.
If there is an area of air above us that's high enough that something can float around without falling to Earth, then yeah, I mean, obviously at that point it would be very plausible to do it. See, the biggest thing with space for me is when this all started in the 50s and 60s, the technology just wasn't there. If tomorrow somebody said for the first time we're going to outer space, it would be much more easy to believe, right? Because we've got technology today.
Yeah.
But then you look back, like you look at how all technology has advanced so much, but it doesn't seem like our space technology has advanced as fast as even our television sets in our houses. And that, to me, that seems a little weird.
Well, there you are. There's an anomaly there.
How much the music industry's changed, from records to cassettes to CDs to digital. We don't even see a song anymore.
Yeah. I mean, the ISS is supposedly a technological marvel, but there's no video of it being assembled in space. Spanners on the go, drills, nothing.
How long has it been up there, the ISS?
Oh, over 25 years, isn't
it? Well, see, that's
last century. It's last century technology.
See, that's a funny one for me because I'm Canadian, right? So Canada's space claim fame was we built the Canadarm, which was basically a crane for space to put the ISS together. So being Canadian, like that's all. Like if you
that's your claim to fame
about space, that's the first thing I think of is this Canadarm that they had high school students working on even and stuff like that. So
well,
that's funny because as an Australian, when you mention space, I think of the dish out there at Dubbo, wherever it was, where they first got the message for the moon landing because so I don't go to NASA. I go straight out to the outback of Australia at the dish, and I'm in the movie. That's where all the memories, the vision.
Okay, so Rob, earlier you brought up the whole SpaceX launch, right? And you said that it's going to be docking in what, like 22 hours or so?
Yeah, supposedly.
Okay. Like, dude, as soon as you typed that in the chat, I was like, yeah, there's a problem with that, man. Like, so when you look up how far the ISS is, right? It's 220 miles above the Earth. And so that's why I asked you, like, how fast the rocket was traveling, and you gave the correct answer as far as what the textbooks say, you know, like 17,000 miles an hour, and you said it had to be close to the speed of the ISS, like otherwise that would be a hard docking, right? If they were going different speeds.
The ISS is 17,500. ISS.
Well, the ISS is traveling 17,000 miles an hour, is what it's saying, right?
Oh, they keep changing the numbers, man.
Now, so, okay, well, whatever, Jane. It's fucking close enough, dude. Come on, man. Both of them say 17,000 miles an hour. Who gives a shit if they say 17,100, 17,050? Who cares? So it's traveling at 17,000 miles an hour. The rocket's traveling at 17,000 miles an hour because that's, I mean, escape velocity, I believe, is, isn't it 17,000 miles an hour?
Okay, I thought I heard it was 18,000 miles an hour, but go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what the escape velocity would be. I haven't really looked into that. That's beyond
miles per hour.
That's beyond my level of comprehension. So I don't look into the technical details of space flight and stuff because it's like I said, I wouldn't really be able to understand it anyways, right? And then you end up with a bias because if you don't understand something, you automatically just take what you read as gospel truth because you don't understand it enough to contest it, right? So,
well, okay, so escape velocity is 14,030 miles per hour.
Well, that's a new figure. There you go.
Okay. No, that's about what I remember, Jin.
So is that
I know. Snacks says it's about 18,000, I think. So there we go.
Well, okay, so either way, so the rocket had to be traveling close to 15,000 miles an hour anyway, right? And then it had it's got to somewhere make up 2,000 miles an hour to catch up to the ISS, okay? Somehow it's got to be traveling 17,000 miles an hour. Well, the rocket is only 220 miles up, okay? That means that it should get there in like 10 minutes, dude.
Well, I think the other day I saw something about it was going to orbit the Earth a few times first.
Okay. So check this out. Even if it orbited the Earth, right? The Earth is said to be 25,000 miles around, and it's traveling 17,000 miles, okay, an hour. So that means that it's taking what, like an hour and 20 minutes or so to go around the world once. So even like the worst trip possible for it to circle like what, like 3 times, 4 times, you're talking 5-6 hour trip total. That's a far cry from 22 hours.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I don't think there's enough in that to disprove its existence. I mean,
well, okay, so I mean, how many times do they need to go around to get up there?
I have no idea. But
well, because I mean, with that math that they've given us, right? Like with that math, it's like 22 hours. How many times can they circle at 22 hours? Like they're going around what, 18 times? Like they have enough fuel to just sit there and circle the Earth 18 times?
You'd have to make the Earth size a bit bigger because they're not on the ground going around the Earth. They are up in the air, so
true.
It would be a bit bigger, but I don't know. Yeah.
Well,
not to make it.
So check this out though. Keep this in mind: is that we're only talking a 200-mile difference when we're talking 25,000 miles. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we're not talking a big difference. We're not talking a much larger area that they have to cover.
No.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, I don't know how that works, but what I would, if everything that they say is true, I mean, just hypothetically speaking, then I would assume that because they don't have the ability to stop and start, hit the brakes and turn on a dime and stuff, because there's not much for the rockets to push off of for maneuverability. I would think that it would take them a long time to very slowly edge themselves into position, because there is no stopping that thing. If they're off by a degree or two, it could be catastrophic. So, I mean, I don't know, like, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but at the same token, I don't know enough about it to give you an explanation as to why that may be or may not be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, according to the experts, it needs to be traveling at, 5 miles to 8 miles a second in order to reach the moon. You need those speeds to get there. That's what the experts say.
Well, but they're not getting to the moon; they're getting to the ISS, Jim.
Sorry, yeah. I was just talking about if they were to go to the moon, for example, they would need that kind of speed. So they're going to be doing that kind of speed to get to the ISS, aren't they? Surely. 5 miles a second at least. It's not that far. 200, only 240 miles away. That's what it is.
Well, aren't they kind of stuck? Like, no matter what, they're only limited to certain escape velocities, depending on the rockets that they build and whatever momentum they can pick up before they supposedly pop out of orbit or pop out of the atmosphere. Because once they do that, they're really not picking up any more speed.
Right. And they're only going 240 miles, so it shouldn't take 22 hours, should it?
No.
So there's a discrepancy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the math on that is completely off.
Yeah.
Like 22 hours versus, like, even if they circled 3 times, that's like what, 5 hours, 4 hours, 4.5 hours or so.
Yeah. Why so long?
Well, and like, show me where you can see them actually circle. Like, show me where you see them disappear, and then within like 45 minutes, you look up in the sky. Like, there should be events like this, right? For launches, if this is what they're doing, is circling the globe.
Yeah.
Like, when they do a rocket launch, shouldn't you be able to watch the rocket go up, watch it disappear, and then wait a few minutes? Wait about 40 minutes or so, grab a beer, grab a hot dog, a hamburger, or whatever.
You're right.
Come back and look up the other way and watch it come across.
Yeah, that's 90 minutes it takes.
Watch it disappear, and then go around, come back until it actually left.
Yeah, apparently one rotation of the Earth is 90 minutes, isn't it? 90 minutes.
Well, all I'm saying is that, check this guy out. There's this guy out there. His name is Astronomy Live. He's been around for a while, and he's had some discrepancies and stuff like that with Jibby every now and then, right? And so, he supposedly was tracking the Tesla car. Here, check this out.
Tesla car. Oh, right, yes. I remember the Tesla car.
So check this out. Well, no, here, hold on a second. I got his footage. I got his video up. All right. So now this is February 8th. Okay. Now, when did Elon launch his car into space? February 2nd, the test flight. Oh, that's February 2nd, the test flight launch. February 7th.
Last year?
On Tuesday. So he launched it, yeah, last year. Let's see. Let me ask, what day did Elon Musk launch his Roadster?
It's got to be real because it looks so fake.
Yeah. February 6th was the day that he launched it, okay?
Okay.
So on February 8th, which was 2 days, so that's 48 hours, and this thing's traveling 17,000 miles an hour, right?
Right.
So give me 1 second. Let me I want to double check and make sure that my my math is at least right. So let me see. Got my calculator pulled up. Whoa. And shrink this a little bit. Okay, here we go. So 48 hours, because it's 2 days. All right. Or let's even handicap ourselves. Let's just go 40 hours, because let's see. He's saying 1452 UT. What the hell UT? What does UT stand for in? Either way, 1452 is what? It's almost 3 o'clock. Okay, so 3 o'clock somewhere. Let's see. UT time. Okay, so it's Mountain Standard Time. So February 8th at 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock my time.
Okay.
Okay. And let's see. Elon. Oh, that's right. I need my calculator. Okay, so wait, did this give a time? Launch date. Oh yeah, 2045. So oh, Central, that's same time zone, so that makes it easy. And that is what, 9:45 at night? Okay. Wait, no, 9:45 in the morning. That's right. No, that's not right. He launched his car during the day. Right?
I thought he launched it at night. I thought when everyone was asleep. That's what I thought. But I could be wrong there, of course.
No.
I thought he launched it when everyone was early hours in the morning or something. Could be wrong though.
No, he does do that a lot, but he did this. I remember because me and Jibby went over the footage of it.
Okay. Okay, so it was daytime then.
Yeah, look at launches Tesla into orbit. Here's the video of it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, that was daytime. Yeah, it was. You're right. Yeah, it's all coming back now. Yeah, there it is. There we are.
Look.
Car going
So,
to Mars, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what it was supposed to be doing. And so this was launched during the day.
I mean, this is just an insult. Car to Mars. That jokes are becoming beyond a joke now. Car to Mars.
Okay, so all right, whatever. It was launched. Yeah, it was launched at like 9 o'clock in the morning, dude. I remember it. It was like 9 or 10 in the morning. So
Excuse me.
because it was like 6 o'clock in the morning for me, because it was like really early in the morning for me, because Florida's 3 hours away from me, or actually 4 hours away or something like that. It's ridiculous.
Right.
So, yeah, it would have been, well, but there, I don't know.
So it would have been like 6 o'clock for your time. Okay.
Yeah. Well, so either way, let's just say 40 hours and we'd be safe. All right.
Okay.
So 40 hours times 17,000, right? Because it's traveling 17,000 miles an hour and it's
Right.
traveling for 40 hours equals 680,000 miles away. All right.
Right.
So here's Astronomy Live's footage with it being almost 700,000 miles away. See that little dot right there moving?
Yeah.
He's saying that that is the Tesla car. So if the Tesla car is that big at 680,000 miles.
Right. And then if you zoom into that dot, that would be the weight.
Check this out. That is how far is the moon?
Right, go on.
238,900 miles. So almost 240,000 miles.
Yeah.
So that's twice. This right here is twice as far as the moon. Yet it's the size of like a car and like a trailer.
Right.
Like if you had two cars traveling through the universe, it'd be about that size.
Right.
So he's trying to say that it's that big at that many miles. Dude.
No, you wouldn't see it.
Check this out. So my issue with the ISS, period, is this. I don't know if you were here earlier, Jen, and heard this, but I went over this with Trouble where, okay, so like how many feet does a plane usually fly at? Like 30, 40,000 feet tops, right?
That's right. That's right. And it's a little dot when you look up there.
Yeah. So if you double that to 80,000 to 100,000.
You wouldn't see it. Not with your naked eye, you wouldn't.
Yeah. Now, what if I asked you at 500,000? 5 times that distance.
You're not going to see it. You're not going to see it. You're not going to see it. You're going to need some kind of aid to see that.
Even with the most high-powered camera, it would still look like a pixel running across your screen at like 500,000 miles an hour, best case scenario. Now, if I asked you at 1,000,000 miles, you would look at me like I was nuts.
Exactly.
You trying to see it. And this thing is 1.3 million miles. or not miles, but feet. 1.3 thousand feet. 1.3 million feet. Sorry. Damn. I'm tired. I need to go to bed.
Put that into miles.
Wow. So, all right. I am about to go to bed. Is there anybody else that's live right now, or am I the only one? I am the only one. You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, you're all right.
Well, I'll leave you guys on right now.
Yeah, appreciate that.
And I'm just gonna go to sleep.
I'm
Catch a
off to
few
bed
texts.
too. It's late here. I think Psychics was coming on sometime. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, he should be.
Not far away.
Yeah, so it's midnight your time now, isn't it?
11:50. Yes, it is midnight. Yes, bedtime. I'll catch you guys another time. Thanks for the chat.
Alrighty, Trouble. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for the input.
No worries. Check out that video I sent Jen too.
Yeah, I will do. Thanks. Check out that Coriolis one. It's a doozy.
Oh, Sean, you're gonna go live in a bit. Okay.
Who's going live in a bit?
Yeah.
Who?
Sean. He's gonna go live in a little bit.
Oh, Space is fake Sean, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, how is he, I wonder?
I don't know. I hope he's feeling better than he did last night.
Yes, it's quite interesting what you have there. All the maths don't make sense at all. Too many anomalies. They're constantly shooting themselves in the foot, NASA, aren't they?
Yeah.
And SpaceX. Constantly. They can't keep up with their own lies, can they?
Yeah. No, they can't.
They can't keep up with their own lives, man. So many conflicting figures as well, numbers. Escape velocity. I suppose Snacks to the Future said it again. Depending on the size of vehicle, escape velocity is, isn't it? It depends on the size of vehicle. That's it. That's what that's all about there. Yeah. Depending on the size of vehicle, it can be 14, I suppose, 14,000 miles per hour, 17,500 miles per hour, I heard. 18, I heard recently. So, all depends on the size of the vehicle and its payload. Tyranny of the Rocket Equation. That's a blinding one, that video. Don Pettit. Did you see that one, Uber?
No.
Planete Veritas. Robert Pisano's one. The Tyranny of the Rocket Equation. Brilliant, that one is brilliant. I saw that in 2016.
I gotta go for a minute, dude. I need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, you go. Go ahead, mate. No worries. Relax time. Let's see now. Yes, I get what you mean, Rob. But just watch the video anyway, and you'll see what's being explained. I've seen those videos you're talking about that explain the Coriolis effect, and I just think they're lying dogs. I've seen it. I saw it on the History Channel. Talking about using the Coriolis. Don't exist, man. The Earth doesn't move. Here we go. What's this one? Rob, thanks, man. Yeah. Okay. Michelson Gales experiment. Okay, let me just check that now whilst I am here. Let's, bring that back. Okay, let's check it out. Aha. Okay, let me check. Am I? Yes, I'm in. Mic testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Goody, goody. Right, let's go back to the chat room. Back it out. There we go now. Right, I shall watch the Mickelson Gale Pearson's experiment. I think it's about 9 minutes long. Be back later on, guys. Hey. Uh-huh. Let's have a look. Okay, Nagata, if you can hear me, I sent you a link to the railgun. It's there in the back chat there for you, in the chat room. Basically, it's pay attention to the first 3 minutes. It gives you a clear explanation, and look at the diagram in particular, and it shows you how the railgun works compared to the conventional missile launched from a ship using a GPS as a guidance system. Just look at them both and tell me that that's not line of sight. It's all there. It's only 3 minutes in from the beginning. You know, the first 3 minutes should be sufficient for you to understand what the railgun's all about. Please check it out. Thank you.